Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview-style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world.
Well, good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Verlisa Waring, and I am going to be your business moderator for this afternoon here on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers coming from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States and around the world. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. It is my pleasure to introduce and to present to some a young lady who at the age of 10 built her first computer. Yes, at the age of 10, she built her first computer. She helps people become technically savvy in the metaverse with her organizations built around empowerment and elevation. She is the CEO of Black Multiverse Enterprises, where she achieved success as a gold tier, high impact partner with Google. She is an award-winning, internationally lauded metaverse consultant, an avid gamer, dedicated community leader, and a businesswoman seasoned in creating end-to-end solutions for enterprise and small businesses. Now, some of you all are saying, wow, that's very impressive. Who is she speaking about? Right now, to kick off this afternoon session, we bring to the stage Miss Nicole Maxwell.
Wow. Hey, Miss Verlisa, how are you?
I am awesome. Welcome.
Thank you so much. That was an outstanding introduction. I'm going to take you with me everywhere.
Awesome. So before you get started, I have a real quick question.
Go for it.
10 years old, you built your own computer. Really?
Yeah.
What
yes.
was it about computers and everything that drew you not to just dig into it, but to say, you know what, I'm going to build my own computer?
It was in a box. It was sitting in that box and I couldn't do nothing with it. This was before computers became easy to put together. So I say these days, you have colored wires and things like that now. This was long before that. And it was sitting in a box and then a whole bunch of different boxes within that box. And it sat there for months. And so I said, you know what? I was curious and went on and opened it up. And then I started reading, and I read a little bit. We used to have these big packets of instructions and how-tos that came with computers back in the day. And so I learned how to program in MS-DOS and things like that. So yeah, it was just curiosity is what led me there that first time.
Awesome. Well, they say curiosity does not kill the cat.
Well, I ain't a cat, so that's all right. I'm going to still keep ticking.
So I am glad you allowed your mind to flourish and to move, because now you're the CEO of the Black Multiverse Enterprises. Now, you know, I'm old school, so I don't know too much about metaverse. So I need you to help me out with a lot of other business owners that we need to learn how to tap in to metaverse so we're not left behind.
That is very true. And that is what I'm always speaking about is the metaverse and how we, the folk, need to get here and need to understand what's happening. We absolutely do. And I offer consultations. I would be happy to sit down with you at any point in time. You can go right there to metamindshift.com and schedule with me. And, you know, it's all about waking up. I call it Meta Mind Shift because that's what it is. It is a shift to where your mind understands what's about to take place in the metaverse, because it's not here yet. A lot of folks believe that the metaverse is Facebook. That is not true. Facebook is building a metaverse experience, and that is one of many. But we have a lot of opportunity right now. So it is critical and imperative that people do what you're doing, and that is ask the question, well, what is it? what is the metaverse and how do I get here? And so, you know, I also have the show, and the show is run here on the Black Business Network and Pod TV, and it is the Meta Mind Shift Show. And so every week we take a look at, you know, things that are happening in the blockchain and Web3 and in the metaverse, and kind of dive into what it means, look at things about decentralization and what that means. And so those are definitely things we're going to talk about today, for sure.
Awesome. Well, I'm ready because I am so, I'm not going to say dumb, but I'm dumb when it comes to metaverse. You know, I'm strictly the traditional ways of doing things. So I am allowing my mind to open and expand and not just depend on those who work for me to handle all that kind of stuff, but for me to get an understanding myself and really understand what it is, why it's important, and where it's going to place me within the future. So I know I'm not by myself.
You are not. There are millions of folks in your same position. So I got to talk to all y'all at once. Come on. All
right then. Well, come on, bring it to us because we got some good stuff, and we don't want to wait for the good stuff that you're going to bring to us today.
All right. Well, you know what they say. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. See you on the other side.
Thank you, Verlisa. All right, you guys. Oh, man. I want to thank Verlisa for that outstanding and amazing introduction. It is always good when you can vibe with someone right off the cuff, and that was absolutely fantastic. My name is Nicole Maxwell. I am the CEO of Black Multiverse Enterprises, and I am also the founder of the Blackverse Metaverse community. I am the owner of Technical Consulting and the hostess and executive producer of the Meta Mind Shift Show. And I'm also a proud member of the board of directors for the Black Business Network, Black Business Expo, and the Black Business Olympics. Here at the Black Business Olympics, we have a sole purpose, and that purpose is to provide scholarships and laptops for students. And so that is the mission. That is the mission that we are on, and that is the mission that we stay focused on throughout the year, trying to create pathways for continued enterprise within our youth. Today is Friday, which means that it is all about generational gaps and creating generational pathways for people. One of the ways that I am doing that is in my next venture. I am launching a new venture, and that venture is called Max Distro. And we're launching that in conjunction with Lee Entertainment and trying to create pathways for broadcast and bringing that to the blockchain. Everything that I do is about the blockchain, Web3, and the metaverse. And those things are not the same, they're different. And I am one of very few folks who are going to tell you that they are not the same thing. They're all intertwined, and it is important that we know that this technology is out here. It is imperative that you understand that there are options, especially when you are seeking to be in the metaverse. There are differences between what most folks woke up and understood as the metaverse, which is what Facebook is offering, and what other folks are out here creating, crafting, cultivating, and building. On Wednesday, I spoke to everyone, and we talked about what it means to be someone who is differabilitied, have a disability, a different ability than the norm, and what that could possibly mean as we head into the metaverse. And so I challenged everyone that it is important that we think about those who have differabilities as we are creating solutions and building out for the metaverse, because the metaverse is coming and we all have to get there. But for us as a people, it is essential that we know that the metaverse is coming, and we know that there is a difference between a platform such as Facebook that is offering you a cool looking experience that might be a little watered down from something culturally relevant, but is fun. and just happens to take 50% of your earnings, and the metaverse that is out here that you are able to acquire your own land and you're able to create your own NFTs using the power of the blockchain and turn those into possibilities for your business and recoup as much of that as you'd like to, plus an endless amount of royalties. There is a space called Web3 that is being built up, and it is decentralized. What that means is essentially we are changing the game right now. So I spoke at the beginning about when I was younger and I built my first computer. Along those times, everything was about the individual. And at some point in time, we switched things up and these big corporations and companies came in and they started doing things for us. And they started to acquire our knowledge and our data and our intelligence. And they've continued to acquire that knowledge and that data and that intelligence from us and recouping the rewards from selling it end over end on the back end. And so those of you who are in marketing and advertising, you understand what that is because you see the metrics on the back end. You know that on the back end, when you look at certain things, you can tell who inside of your viewing audience was age 50 and above, who was expected to be of a certain ethnicity because of where they came from and where your audience was geographically located. All of those things are done through data. And data is something that we give up freely every single day. And that's all right if you're doing that intentionally. And if you're doing that because you meant to, and you were purposefully giving away your data. But many of us give away data every single day and have no idea that it's being given. That data is not only capturing every single movement that we make, every twitch of our eyes, or as we're on a video stream, every swivel of our hips if we're on TikTok, and every single time you point click or open a file, and if you're on a simple website or what we call a dynamic website. All of those things are data points and data elements that are being captured every single time you're somewhere. If you are into code and you are someone who understands programmatic languages, then you know that there is also something called an event listener. And that event listener sits on top of an object on your web page or your website. And every time, and it just sits there and it waits. And it's waiting for you to do something. That's why it's called an event listener. It's waiting for the event, which is for you to do something, which is what it's listening for. And then it takes an action. An example of this, and you close a browser tab. That event is you clicking the X button and it closes that tab. That's the action that's performed. All of these things, anytime you're on a website, those are little listeners that are waiting for you to do things. There's also cookies that are inside of your browser that are sitting there tracking your movements and tracking those events as they happen and your movements as you move back and forth between different websites. We don't like those. And so eventually we got to a point where now what happens when you go onto a website is now most websites will ask you, do you accept our cookies? And it's really intrusive. And so most times you say, absolutely, because you came to the website for a reason, right? And so you're able to quickly get rid of that message. You don't even read it and click yes. And those cookies begin to listen and just sit there and embed themselves inside of your browser. Now, I'm talking about what the space we call Web 2. That data that's being collected on you is then sent to the back end. And so eventually it is transacted between parties. It might just be used by the person who owns the databases of the websites that you're visiting or cruising across on a daily basis. But it could also be getting transacted to someone else, and that someone else is paying a premium penny. Nobody has any issue with the pennies being paid. It's who the pennies are being paid to that is the problem. So as we are looking at the future, the decentralization from a technological standpoint is not only decentralizing the idea of a centralized entity, such as our FANG companies, so Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, Netflix, those big guys who kind of run pretty much everything. It's decentralizing that. It's decentralizing the idea that a single service such as Facebook can go down and we lose all connectivity. We lose all capability of making money because all of our earnings are wrapped up into that single company. So if you just recall this last summer, Facebook and Instagram went down for a while and millions upon millions were lost. There are lawsuits in place right now because that happened. There should be redundancy built in, and there is, but that redundancy did not prevent this particular outage from happening. More and more we hear about our data being acquired by malicious sources. So that data is being captured from a centralized repository. The reason that hackers are able to capture our data is because it is sitting inside of centralized repositories. Centralized repositories that sit inside of centralized organizations, the FANG companies. And so that data is then captured and it's sold on the black market. And so your credit card information, your social security numbers in some cases, your address in other cases, your emails and passwords all hang out on the dark web, and people cruise through that. They pay for what they want, and then they expose and target you at some point in the future. These are all problems, right? I don't think anybody would negate that that's a problem. That is something that we absolutely must fix. Not only that, we've seen the rise of people not taking responsibility when these things happen. It's just become kind of the norm. And so when that norm happens, it is just, kind of a shrugging of the shoulders. Well, we got another data breach, y'all, sorry. And somebody is buying that data. And so again, money is transacting and it's not coming to you. And what this means for us as a people, which is what's important, what this means for us as a people is that when we are having our data transacted, one, our personal information is in jeopardy. That's a given. But two, it keeps us into a position where we are squarely seen as consumers forever. And so Facebook came out in last year and they said that they were changing their name to Meta. They stole the word from those of us who are in technology. They stole that from people who are gamers. So, I felt a certain kind of way about that theft of the wording there for a while. I still do, frankly, but we're kind of getting over it. We're settling into the fact that they're calling themselves Meta. But along with the change to the name Meta, they also went ahead and changed their logo. And so now they are known as Meta with an infinity symbol. And so what that means is they want to be yours forever. Of course they do. They want in their servers forever. And what that means for us is that they would have us in their service forever as consumers, not as empowered participants, not as owners, but as consumers, so that they can continue to consume us as the product. We are the data that they are consuming, transacting, and processing on the back end to make themselves so necessary and needed in our worlds. The good news is that there is an alternative, and that alternative is Web3. And before I talk about Web3 in depth, I'm going to talk a little bit about why it matters that we're not consumers in the future. So when you think about what I said, Facebook said that they want to be with us forever and they want us to be with them forever. And that is an infinity symbol. That's what it means. It's forever, eternity. We're heading into the metaverse, and the metaverse is a space that is virtual. And the quick and easy way to describe that is to say that it is the internet that you can get up and walk around inside of. It's a virtual experience. If you were watching on Wednesday, you can watch the replays if you missed it. But I walked everybody through how to actually pull in a tiger into your living room. And so that is using the power of augmented reality. If you're on Instagram, you've likely used a facial filter at some point. If you have one of those snazzy new phones like a Galaxy or one of those Apples, you may have also used a facial filter, done some freshening of your face, and that is a way of augmenting your reality. But on Wednesday, I walked us through how to bring an actual tiger into your living room and take a picture of that. And so if you missed that, go back and watch the replays for sure. Go to blackbusinessolympics.com and that'll take you to the YouTube page. Look for Wednesday and then find the video that shows that. So that is augmented reality. That is when you augment your reality. You change the space that you're in. But there's another reality that exists, and that reality is called virtual reality. AR is augmented reality and VR is virtual reality. Virtual reality is experienced with a headset. And I'm looking around. I do have mine. So it's a VR headset. So if you can see that, that's what mine looks like. It's heavy, it's clunky, but it's fun, man. It is a good experience. So what happens when you put that headset on, it goes on your head, you turn it on, and then you go to where you want to go to. And in virtual reality, you experience something that is a different reality. And literally is taking you into a virtual portal of the experience that's being created for you. That virtual portal can be anything, but it does have a few characteristics that are native to it. So usually you are going to be fully immersed in that experience. So right now I'm fully immersed in my living room. I'm sitting there, right? And it's blurred out, but you can see like my plants behind me. But in VR, if I put on my VR headset, I can go to my house that actually sits inside of a cliff that has a waterfall, and it's a beautiful waterfall. Or I can go to my home that is hanging out in front of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, or my spaceship that is out in the middle of the desert. These are all things that maybe I could do in real life, but would cost me a pretty penny to create. And so in VR, it allows me to go somewhere that my imagination wants to take me. And that's a little bit different from what we can do right now with just regular computers. I'm actually immersed in that space. The things that I'm hearing are from that space. I might feel like there's wind in that space, or when I look down, I'm looking at, let's say I'm in the desert, I'm looking at sand and I'm walking through sand. And it might actually feel like I'm walking through sand, depending on who created that space. If I get in the water, I might actually sink a little lower than I am. So I feel like I'm in the water. I feel like I'm there. Right now, we're in a space where haptics are coming into play. Haptics, when we have our VR controllers, we are able to see our hands move. So when I raise my hand here in real life, that hand also raises in a virtual space. When I turn around and dance with a robot, which I've done, that also happens in that virtual space. But if you're looking at me, you just think I'm losing my mind because I'm dancing in my living room with this big old headset on my head. I am immersed in that space. Haptics are taking place. And so haptics are where you're going to be able to feel, and that feedback is going to be inside of that space. So you're going to be able to actually feel something or feel like your hands might get a little hot if that environment calls for it. Or you might feel and be able to press an object and actually feel tension and resistance come back at you. Some of that can be created today, but haptics are definitely coming. We've got haptic gloves on the way, and you know, we have haptic bodysuits on the way. The adult industries are out here, and they've been having a ball with some of the different things that you can do when it comes to sensations and touch and feel. There are a lot of things, but what's important to know about that and to wrap that full circle back to what I was saying is, when I have that headset on, it is sitting here on my face, right? So it's sitting in front of my eyes. And when you think about what's actually happening, data is being collected. Ocular information is being collected. Ocular tracking is a thing. Haptic tracking is a thing. And so when you're tracking my hands, I might not care about that. You know, I need that to be able to get around. But it's still tracking my movements for my hands. But when I think about my eyes and I think about possibilities and potentials with data that's being collected from my eyes, there is a space that could happen that I don't want us to go down. And when we're thinking about spaces like that, it is the idea that data is being collected. And so that data is involuntary. My eyes move and I don't have to tell them to do so. It just happens, right? So if I see a flicker of light on this side of the screen, or if something, you know, a bird passes by, my eyes gravitate towards that movement. If there is a specific color that I happen to love, which for me, that's always green, then my eyes might brighten or widen or respond in a way that lets the haptic tracking know, or the ocular tracking know, that I am enjoying that experience. And so if we know that people build websites, and those websites are then built to make sure that you do certain activities. JL talked about funnels. I'm sure we always have folks who are telling us about how to build a better this and a better that. When those things are happening, that's not different. They're not going to stop using those tactics when it comes to the metaverse. And so when it comes to building out the metaverse, do we really want a space where advertisements know exactly what you want to see and can begin to track and mold around your actual desires, whether you're telling it those desires or not? I don't want that personally. And so when we think about things like that, there may be people in our age category that say, you know what, I do want that. I want that. I want to see only things in this world that I like. Well, if that's the case, then how do you get exposed to things that you didn't know existed? And if suggestive selling is a thing, then how do I know, especially in virtual reality, how do I know reality from, or how do I know what is intended versus what was placed in front of me to promote a purchase? These are the ways that we need to begin thinking when we're thinking about experiences towards the future. Ask questions. The questions are imperative. And, you know, sticking with the theme of generational gaps, we have so many people that need to be brought into the metaverse and to be made aware of the metaverse and really what it can bring and all the great potential. And now let me be clear. I am avid about making sure that we have a healthy metaverse. We have a space where we as a people can absolutely thrive. So nothing I'm saying is saying don't go build that. I'm saying that's being built now. And if we want to have a voice, then we need to get there now. And on Wednesday, I talked about our folks who are on the fringes, our elderly, our differability people, our paralyzed and parallaxed people. Like those folks, everybody's going to be in the metaverse. So how do we make sure that they're brought in and they're not turned into consumers because they can't act on their own behalf? Who is going to be looking out for them? So there are a lot of different considerations when we think about these things. Just recapping this last few months, crypto winter hit, sort of. We saw decentralized exchanges where cryptocurrency is transacted. We've seen just in this last week, cryptocurrency exchanges are filing for bankruptcy. There are people who have lost big through these last 9 months of this year, 11 months of this year now. There are people who've lost big. But the metaverse is coming, and none of that is stopping the metaverse from being built and created around us. And so Facebook is definitely building out a metaverse that's going to be a great experience to visit. But the reality is that it is not a place where we can grow and thrive when they want 50% of our earnings. As a creator in the Facebook metaverse that is coming, they are saying that they want to charge creators 7.5% of their earnings. That's 50%, y'all. 50%. And if you have never heard me say this, you hear me say that now. I'm not giving anybody 50% of my nothing. That is not happening. And so we need to make sure that we have alternatives. And thankfully we do. With Web3 and the blockchain, we have an opportunity to bring all of our community together. All of it. And I mean worldwide. Anybody that resonates with the phrase and flavor, the Black culture, we are here and we are able to come to this space and thrive. The metaverse is coming, and there are people who are building it up right now. There is a headset that's out there called the Seek VR headset, and it is by a sister named Mary Spiro, and she created that to have a better concert experience, something that is virtual, something that we can all experience together. There are DAOs out here, decentralized autonomous organizations, that are being built up specifically to support us and our culture, to make sure that Blackness survives and thrives into the future, to make sure that we have a responsibility to make sure that our businesses get here and that they can participate in this space, and that we can create new tables, ones that don't have to be asked for permission to do anything. We don't have to be reliant on a government. We don't have to be reliant on a certain other folks that are constantly trying to claim the things that we do for themselves. We can be here and we can cement our work onto the blockchain. We are seeing that people are making strides in healthcare. We are seeing people come to success with NFTs, and NFTs are taking place in many different ways. And so an NFT is a non-fungible token. That is a digital asset or digital item that is used and transacted on the blockchain. And the blockchain is that critical piece of what makes an NFT an NFT. And so we're also seeing the other side where people are coming and they're doing negative, they're becoming bad actors on this side of the world. They are swindling people out of their cryptocurrency, out of their NFTs, and doing it because people do not have enough knowledge of how to transact and move on the blockchain. And so that should not be a discouraging moment for us. That should be a moment where we all look at our businesses and say, hey, this technology exists, this technology is coming. How can I take what I do now and turn that into something that will thrive on the blockchain for a future in the metaverse? How can I make sure that there are solutions to all these problems out here that are created because there aren't enough solutions yet, because it's still early days? It is early. And so if somebody told you long ago that you would have an opportunity to be a participant in the building of the internet, what would you do with that opportunity? Because that is what I'm saying to you now. We have opportunity right now to build for ourselves, to fill in these generational gaps when it comes to wealth and knowledge and education, and to empower our communities like no time other. That time is now. That time, it's slipping fast. Last year I had the luxury of saying, the metaverse is coming. And it was almost like it was this far off thing that was happening 5 years down the road. I had the luxury of having arguments with people that, my vision was something I wanted to see happen. And now right before my eyes, I have seen it happen over the last year. Something that we thought would take 5-10 years. It is happening that fast. Wearables for NFTs, wearables for avatars, those things are happening now. Interoperability between systems, platforms, and virtual experiences is happening now. Today, I almost came in as my avatar. And yeah, I said that. I almost came to the broadcast as my avatar. But in the interest of making sure Dr. Eric Kelly III all right, I did not do that. However, I have come to broadcast before as an avatar. And so if I can come to this as an avatar, we can see that Microsoft is building and making sure that Teams is integrated with Facebook's Horizon, and making sure that avatars are able to be used inside of Teams, which is arguably the place for corporate meetings. Doesn't that signal to you that there is something amiss, that there is a time, and that time is changing? The times, they are changing. That is happening, and it's happening right underneath our noses. And so if you do not understand what the metaverse is, if you do not know how to show up in the metaverse, if you have questions about what the metaverse is, what NFTs are, non-fungible tokens, if you don't know what a DAO is, if you don't know what a DApp is a decentralized application. If you don't know the basics about decentralized storage and IPFS, which is the Interplanetary File System, if you don't understand how people are taking their music and turning it into NFTs and recouping royalties like no time other, then I encourage you to get in touch with me. I encourage you to schedule your Meta Mind Shift right now. I encourage you to read, to get into these rooms where people are talking, and don't just get into a room where one person's talking. You need to be in a space where there are multiple voices, because one thing is true, and that is that the metaverse is not here yet, which means that it is still being built out. People are building metaverse spaces. They are building virtual spaces and social experiences in virtual spaces. But the metaverse itself, where we're interconnected and interoperable, that's not here yet. That means that we still have an opportunity to help define what it is. We have an opportunity to bring our businesses to the front and make sure that the generational issues that we've had, especially in the country of the United States of America, can be eradicated utilizing the blockchain, utilizing the power of Web3, which is decentralization and empowerment to us as a people and to us as a community. It is imperative that we understand what is happening. Our physical selves, that's not going anywhere. We're still going to be able to, at least in my view of the metaverse, we are going to be able to turn off the technology and just be in the space where we want to be. But when you put it on, it is important that you be the one who's in charge of your data, that you be the one who is in charge of selling your data. If you want to sell your data, go right ahead and sell it to whomever you'd like to. That is a revenue stream for you. That is a source of income. You put out your data every single day, every single time you transact, every single time you are typing up a storm on your keyboard, on your little phone. That is data that's being collected. Your keyboard, if you have a custom keyboard on your phone, it's collecting data. It's collecting all of those conversations. And if you do not believe me, look at the last couple of weeks that we have endured on Twitter. A couple months ago, Elon Musk came out and said he was purchasing Twitter for $44 billion. $44 billion with a B dollars. And unless you were a stakeholder, a stockholder, you didn't get a dime. Now, why does that matter? You didn't build Twitter. No. But you know what? You keep it going every single day with every single tweet, every single comment, every single like, every single integration that you do with other technologies, every single Twitter space that you attend and use your voice to talk, or your emojis to like and to signify your feelings. All of that is being collected, and it is all data all the time. $44 billion. Do you think anyone would buy that just for or would pay that just for a list of names? Maybe. Maybe, possibly. But it's bigger than that. You have the data from your voice, your vocal cords was purchased. If you paid it in a Twitter space, they know what you sound like. They know the inflections of your voice. They know what conversations people have in private. If you have a family set up on Twitter Spaces or a friends list set up, they know who you communicate with. So 6 degrees of separation is now in the hands of a man who some arguably love and others arguably detest, but it's in his hands. Everything that you have ever done on Twitter was sold and you didn't get a dime. So that is what I'm saying, is that we have an opportunity to change that and to change it for the better and for the future. And I hope that you are able to think about what I've said today and think about all the different ways that you can bring your business into the metaverse. Think about how we need to change the way that data transacts and moves and is utilized, and how we as a people can actually be the ones to create those resources, not just for us, but for the whole entire world. So I am very happy to have been here with you today. My name is Nicole, and I am going to ask Ms. Verlisa to come back on up. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Oh, my God. Nicole Maxwell. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, you're saying that you didn't want to come on as the avatar and scared Dr. Kelly. Girl, I probably would have flipped out this chair.
You know what? I hadn't thought about that. And so, yeah. But I have done it. So I have my show, and I've come up on my show as an avatar. So you can catch me every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Black Business Network, as well as on Pod TV. You can catch me at metamindshift.com/YouTube. That is my YouTube page, or you can, my handle on YouTube is MetaMindShift. And you can also reach out to me at metamindshift.com. Really quick, I am also the CEO of Black Multiverse Enterprises. So I talk a lot about skilling up and making sure that our communities have the skills that we need in order to obtain Lawrence, and be able to obtain education. And so one of the things that I am adamant about is every Tuesday and Thursday, except when the Black Business Olympics is running, we do host skill up programs as a part of our Grow with Google partnership. created that partnership so that we can provide scholarships to students, and so to adult age students. And so if you are looking for a position in sales, please reach out to me. But I also have 6 different career paths that people can go down and obtain Google career certifications for. So that is absolutely something that I am elated about. And then, we had a question from Justin in the chat. Yes. From Lawrence. And that was, how does this work in the speaking and coaching space? And so I will tell you. So first of all, I am a speaker, and so you can get in touch with me for any of your conferences. I would be happy to come and help you out and be a speaker. But also, if you are a speaker or a coach or a consultant, you can create your own metaverse space. We can work with you to do that. We can work with you to create an office in the metaverse. We've seen people who have therapists, so group therapy sessions take place in the metaverse. Consultants I'm a consultant. I have my own spaces in the metaverse in various places. So just taking your office and making it virtual. And what that does for you is it empowers you to reach outside of your local network, people who are in touch with you from around the globe. Similar to a website, but you actually get to create an experience for them in the metaverse. So that is how you could do that. And then there's a whole lot of other ways that you could tweak speaking and coaching and making it an experience that is virtual. And so I would love to talk to you, Lawrence.
Awesome. Well, great presentation in regards of metaverse. It was actually as though you took me down a sci-fi journey. Hey. And I don't care for sci-fi. And so it was very interesting. But then I have this question, and this is, I think it's the age that I'm at now of protecting. It seems to be, there must be a balance, because taking virtual to reality, how can one be a part of this metaverse? You were talking about bringing the tigers into your house, putting the block on your face and the reality. Some people will get caught up in the virtual and may lose sense of their true reality. So help us with understanding this balance, because that seems to be scary.
Ooh. So I'll say this. So I talk to people all the time about their fears of the metaverse also. So that is another service that I do provide. When you're thinking about being a part of this thing that's being built out, first of all, know that it's not like, no one's forcing you right now. No one is forcing you to be in the metaverse. So it's up to you. It's a choice. And I will also say that it's important to know the differences behind some of the different types of metaverses and theories and thought patterns that are out there. So there are people out here right now who would love to insert a chip into like the back of your neck or into your hand and connect with you that way. That is not what I'm talking about. That is kind of the Matrix, and I'm scared of that too. I'm not going down that route. But what is okay is for you to take your time. So dip your toes in before you decide one way or the other. I do practice metaverse safety, especially with your headset. So I will say kids have no business being in there when they are under the age of, I'd say, 10, unless they are supervised by a parent. And I do mean every single minute of the 15 minutes that you're going to let them be in there, because their little brains have not, fully formed to be able to utilize that VR headset and process all that data that's going through their eyes. So we want to make sure that they're safe. And yes, Facebook is definitely putting Oculuses into the hands of kids who are younger than that. But think about your own kids and what you want to do. You are their parents. And so be mindful of that. But also, on the other end of that spectrum, we got elderly talking about this the other day. Someone was saying that for Halloween, their young adolescents gave grandma an Oculus, and she was inside a frightening environment when she put that on her head. And instantly I thought about how many millions of people that may have happened to in one time or another. We want to be careful with introductions to these virtual spaces because people can get sick. People can have bad experiences, and we all know how bad experiences go, just like anything else. Like if you ate something one time and it made your lip blow up, you're never going to eat it again. Yeah. Like that's just what that is. And so we don't want that. We want to make sure that you're doing it in a gradual way. I recommend that if you get a VR headset, use it in the first 14 days. Buy it from a credible source. So you're going to buy it from somewhere like a Target or a Walmart. Don't buy it off of Amazon because you don't know what's happened to it before it gets to you. You want to make sure you're getting the manufacturer version, and or buy it direct from whatever place you're going to get it from. But also make sure that you're using it within that 14 days because you should have a 14-day return policy. So make sure that if VR is not for you, if you're somebody who sick when you put it on and you can't find a way to stabilize it, putting a fan in front of you or a rug underneath you, that doesn't work. And maybe some ginger that work or is not your flavor of thing that you want to do with life, don't. There's other ways to access some of these spaces. Some of them you can go to on your phone. Some of them you can go to in the browser. And a lot of the AR stuff is more on your smartphone. So you're going to, like I said, you're going to be able to pull out a tiger into your living room using your smartphone. But, you have to do what's right for you. And that's the great thing about what's being built out is because it is going to be a fully interconnected experience eventually. But that means that there will be things for everybody. So whatever you want to do, like you could be the first person to do that in the metaverse or in a metaverse space. I create things all the time. I created the 30 Days of Metaverse movement. And so that is where every day we got up and we thought about the metaverse, and then we minted NFTs that symbolize that metaverse. I create artwork with my mind. So I take words that I'm thinking of, and then I use AI or artificial intelligence to create artwork. And that is something that has caught on a lot more. I was doing it before it became mainstream, but now, within the last months, like last couple of weeks, we actually saw Canva, who a lot of folks are familiar with. We saw Canva now has AI art generation. So you can go and do that in Canva now. They announced it this week. This is happening, and it's happening with or without us. And what we need to be sure of is that it is happening with us, and that we come and we at least understand so that we can say no.
Awesome. That's it. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Nicole, for sharing with us today on the Black Business Network. For everyone out here that's on the platform today, everyone who is going to view later, we want you to connect with Ms. Nicole Maxwell at metamindshift.com. metamindshift.com. See, don't be like me. I was getting hot when she was describing all of this. And so before we leave, I want you to give us an example of how you, create something in your mind when it's dealing with a business structure in that world for us.
Okay, sure. So I'll go with one of my sponsors, and that is EE Testing Center out in Los Angeles, Mr. Burt Rell. He is one of my community members in the Blackverse community, and he runs a testing center. And that testing center is actually meant for standardized testing, so Pearson testing, or when you have to have like a CLEP test. That is what his business does out in LA. And so what we did for him was actually talk about we we talked about kind of what he wanted, and then I said, "Oh, I got the perfect thing." And so I put him into the multiverse, and he's a part of the Black multiverse right now. But it is a space where you can actually see not only his contact information, but some of his students, and it just has a very futuristic feel. But it is testing it looks like a testing center. And so there's little desks around, and you see these little workstations. And so we wanted to have that type of experience available for them. We also, I have other clients. So the Black Business Network is actually one of our clients. So like I said, I'm on the board of directors. The Black Business Network, for our September session, we have a Speaker Hall of Fame. Black Multiverse is putting together the Black Speaker Hall of Fame for 2022. And so not only are speakers from the Black Business Network going to be there, but from speakers around the globe are going to be inducted into the 2022 Hall of Fame. And so it is just a hall where you can go and view all of the different folks who are there. For Black Verse, that is one of my communities, or that is my community. We had the Black Verse Summit, and that is a conference that was put on in the middle of September of this year. And so we created two experiences, one for our speakers. And so every person who was a speaker on the Black Verse Summit, they got their face in lights and sort of in the metaverse. And they got a sort of like an info panel next to them. And then we also did a space that was directed to our sponsors. So all of our sponsors were showcased in the Business Center. And in the Business Center, there was a video playing, and you had portals into each one of their businesses. So anytime you clicked on a doorway, it goes to their website or to their virtual space. So we had a couple people who actually had virtual spaces. And so we linked up to those, but it allows us to really, truly create connection across different metaverse experiences in different places. So we will be ramping that up even more. So Verlisa, tell me a little bit about what you...
So I have more questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Since we're dealing with the youth, and we're dealing with the college students and everything. So since this is something that is coming forth, it's not fully here yet. How is the metaverse family or whatever coming up with a curriculum to go into the colleges so that these kids at their younger ages, where their minds are sharp and they have all of these different ideas, how is a curriculum being placed within colleges so that our young Black kids can go ahead and start building businesses, because they're already in this tech savvy atmosphere. So it'll be easy for them to grasp something. What does that look like going into a college experience for them to go ahead and tap in it and start making business moves to already be set up for when it does come?
You know what's really cool is absolutely. So the colleges, they're not sleeping on this opportunity. They get it. Morehouse actually has a metaversity, and they actually linked up with Facebook, which is the only part of this story that I don't like, but they are definitely in the metaverse. And so we saw them go, and I want to say it was last year. I'm trying to remember when that conference was, but I know I was at the Gatherverse conference, and they were talking about how their courses were moving into the metaverse. They had actually, and we've seen other colleges do this too, not just HBCUs, but they are coming up with curriculum or with entire existing curriculums and putting that into metaverse spaces. Matter of fact, Coursera, which is a MOOC, a massive online courses, online classes, they actually have a space in the Oculus headset as well. So they have virtual classes available now in VR. So we also have some other, in Web3, education is paramount. Like, you have to have education. And so a lot of people are coming up with different ways to educate on Web3. Some of that inclusive of the metaverse, but is definitely about the blockchain. So NFTs, courses for how to create a DAO and how to actually establish a DAO. There are a lot of different technological companies around the world that are coming out with different ways to educate yourself on some of these spaces. There's courses, there's like all these things are out here. My introduction was to the blockchain was through a Coursera course last year. And so that was something that I wanted to do because I had another business, and that business, someone had said something to me and it sent me down a rabbit hole. That's what we call going in researching, but it sent me down a rabbit hole of finding information out about the blockchain and led me to a course on Coursera. And so I took that course and I learned all about the blockchain and how it works. And my mind opened. And so that was really one of the things that I am just really, really appreciative of, is that moment where somebody just asked me, what are you going to do when your business is on the blockchain? And this is not a problem anymore, or this solution that you have doesn't work anymore because things are decentralized. How do you pivot? How do you operate? How do you continue to move? So those are the questions that we want to be asking and continue to ask. And yes, the colleges are definitely there. The kids get it. It's everybody else in between. The kids, we need to nourish them to continue to get it. One thing that I don't want to see is, I am a gamer. And so I've had to deal with gamer stigma, which is where, a lot of parents are averse to gaming, and they don't necessarily see the benefits. And in some folks, it does not make sense because there are no benefits. But for a lot of us, you learn critical thinking, you learn how to deal with competition and how to scale up in certain things. And so when you think about gaming, just pivot your thought cycle a little bit and then look at the world. The world is a game. Everything that we do is gamified. And so gamification is absolutely building up the metaverse. And so our kids are in places like when they're younger, when they're getting up a little bit older, they go into places like Minecraft, and they are learning how to be and operate in these virtual spaces. As a gamer, I never thought twice about seeing someone who was in another state from me, or engaging with people who I've never met in real life in any kind of capacity and did not even know their real names. That's never been an issue for me because I am a gamer. And so in gaming world, it's like, oh, well, you go by technical. Okay, well, that's what we're going to call you. You are who you are. You bring who you are to the table. And so that's kind of where we're heading to. Things are shifting a little bit. But there's a lot of gaming that definitely resonates within the blockchain and resonates within what is being built and crafted and cultivated for the metaverse.
Okay. So for someone who is not tech savvy, for someone who's not a gamer, for someone that says, you know what, I just want to be able to learn something that, on the fence, like, oh, I don't know about this. What was your recommendation that the first steps would take? Well, this is the first thing that you need to learn, and this is the first thing that you need to research. Give us some tips for those of us who like, that is beyond me. Okay.
I would say I'm also a movie buff. And so I believe in watching movies. I have been watching movies my whole life. And so again, everything that I do has kind of prepared me for this moment. I would say that an easy thing you could do is watch a movie like Avatar. And that will help you to understand how you can position yourself into a virtual space using an avatar and that you're walking around in a space and you're fully immersed. Like you see all of the things that I was talking about inside that movie. So that's one way. It's a fun movie that, you know, it's long, so you're gonna have to sit through it, but it's not as somewhat morbid and apocalyptic as some of the other movies that are out there. And so, you know, when you're just starting out, like that is a possible thing. And when you watch it, we watch movies in Blackverse every Friday night. And so we rewatched this because all of us had seen it before, but we rewatched Avatar a couple months ago. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that stood out was data. Data was in there, and they were talking about data and the transference of data. And that is what led to this population of people being eradicated, was because they were looking for additional data. And that's why they were sent in. So, you know, it's coming full circle. The movies have been telling us where we're headed for a long time. If you want to know something that's a little bit, I forgot what name it is, but there's a bunch of Will Smith movies out there. So all that are future except for Earth, go watch all of those, because there's some really good ones out there for sure.
So when you were saying about this data, it took me back to when you were talking about cookies. So now I know I'm going to X out. I'm going to click that X. I'm not going to allow systems to take my information. But I have ran into platforms that your cookie had to be turned on. Mm-hmm. So when you come to platforms, you know, now those of us are educated. We know what the cookies are. They're gaining all of this data so they can track us and all this stuff. But if we're on a platform and it requires us to go into our systems to turn that mechanism on for the cookies to work, what do we do? Do we do it, or do we say, you know what, I'm not doing business with them?
You know what? You're empowered at that point, right? So you have that choice. And that's really what it's about, is giving you the choice, because sometimes you don't have that choice. As long as you have the choice, then you can say no. And so you have to make a decision. And as business owners, we have to make decisions all the time. And so when I go onto websites, I look for, if I have to be on that website, I look into those cookies and I, select the minimal amount, because there should be just strictly required cookies in order for things to function properly. And then you can turn on all the other stuff. And so I try to do that every single time I'm going to into a site that I may not have ever been on. But the reality is this: people are lazy. And so what happens is you just say, you know what, I don't want to read. And you just click and you click and you click and you click. And they know that. And so that's why it's there. That's why it's there. It's intrusive. Because if they really wanted you to do that, then it would show up before you ever hit the site and ask you a question. You know what I mean? Like you would have that right. But because of the way that folks are, it's just like when you're tipping somebody and you're tipping, like, let's say an Uber, and it comes up with $20 first. Yeah. I'm not tipping nobody's Uber $20, but it comes up with that. It's suggestive selling. So it's the same kind of thing, but just with your cookies and your data. So they want you to be irritated enough to where you just close it out.
Okay. So like me, okay. So I have gone into my system to delete and clear everything out. Is it actually cleared out when you delete and then you empty the trash can? Is it really gone, or do they still have it?
When you say that's a loaded question. That's going to take a whole nother 60 minutes to talk about. So in essence, yes, deleting deletes, but if you are educated enough, you can recover most things. So yes and no. But when we're talking about Web3, that's different. So I'm talking about Web2 right now. So yes and no. In Web3, things are public and transparent. So deleting is not an option in Web3. We don't delete there at all. We burn. And so that, like, you know, something was there and now it's gone. And that is how that's handled there. I want to quickly, as we're wrapping up, I wanted to say that y'all are in for a treat. I'm going to say that everybody needs to be watching their emails, because Max Distro is going to be putting out some Black Business Network t-shirts and hoodies and some totes. So if y'all were speakers here, you were going to be able to obtain some of those, all in an effort to help support the mission of the Black Business Network, which is to provide scholarships for kids. And so that is something that, I think it's really cool. You're going to like the designs that you see. So check your emails here shortly. They should be going out today. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool things that we're doing. You can even get you a little coffee mug. And so, that's some data that you can drink. So it'll be good.
Well, awesome. Again, Nicole Maxwell, we thank you for presenting to us and explaining more than, originally planned. Thank you for just dig and dive in for us. Again, for those who want to connect with Nicole, please connect with her at metamindshift.com. Again, metamindshift.com. I am Verlisa Waring, your Black business moderator for this afternoon, the CEO of the Rise Her Network, and we thank you for joining us on today. Now I'm going to take time to promote the reason why we are here on the Black Business Network. Why are we here today? We are here to promote scholarships. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can simply pull out your cell phones. I need everybody to pull out your cell phones, and I need you to go to Cash App. And when you go to Cash App, you are going to put in $BBXUSA. That again is in Cash App, the money sign, Bravo, Bravo, X-ray, Uniform, Sierra, Alpha, so that you can make your donation to the scholarship fund. It is our goal to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Look, every dollar counts, and we want to remind you to donate to this college scholarship fund. We also want to take this time out to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2022. We want to thank NC100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth Empowerment Motivation Support LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Sweetheart Mitchell Collection, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Creative Force Studios, Work the Thing Supplements, Lotus Rich Ignites, Business Group Network, Stocks versus Sneakers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates. We want to also thank Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Nicole Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprises LLC, Genius is Common, Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and guess what? I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. 380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Verlisa Waring, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all around the United States and across the globe. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Our second dynamic speaker business owner that I have the privilege of introducing is revered as the networking ninja. Yes, the networking ninja. She has taken incredible efforts to help women who desire to build a sustainable career in the realm of networking. She is an international keynote speaker and coach, and she believes in connecting and networking. She is a trainer, an author, a networking coach. And who is this that is widely sought after in networking, marketing? Who is this networking marketing leader that I am speaking of this afternoon? I introduce to some and present to others, none other than Dr. Tandra Price. Welcome, Dr. Price, to the Black Business Network. How are you this afternoon?
I am doing awesome. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I'm glad to be here and to be among so many great, phenomenal leaders here today.
Yes, ma'am. We are so excited. I have my notebook and a pen waiting for these nuggets that you're getting ready to give to us business owners. So before I go, remember, genius is coming. And guess what? I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Again, I'm glad to be here. Again, my name is Dr. Tandra Price. I am the Networking Ninja. I help entrepreneurs implement networking strategies to help grow their business. I am also the editor, chief, and publisher of Tapped In Magazine. It is a global magazine where we help entrepreneurs create and expand their credibility in their industry, along with giving them digital visibility. I'm again excited to be here, and I'm going to be talking to you today about visibility. Now, this is the last quarter of the year. So, like our moderator mentioned, listen, grab your paper and pen, because listen, note takers are money makers, and we want to make sure that you get as much information today that you can be able to implement into your business to help you to increase your visibility. Now, as we talk about visibility, it's really all about our network, and we have to work our network. And how we network really depends on what kind of money we make, right? If we're not networking, then we're not increasing our revenue every day. But we have to figure out the best way to maximize how we network. So we know networking is the first nugget is actually 4 C's to networking. It is competence, credibility, clarity, and connectivity. Let me say it again. There's 4 C's to networking, and it's very important that you know these 4 C's. It is competency, credibility, connectivity, and clarity. And all of those really play a vital role in what we're going to be talking about today, which is visibility. Now, we want to make sure that we have the best, I don't want to say fourth quarter, but the last quarter of the year. And we have to just ramp up our visibility in order to do that. Now, one of the things I want to say to you about visibility is the more visible you are, the more people want to do business with you, the more a magnet you become, because the more people see you, the more people will want to buy from you, and the more clarity. Again, we're bringing that first C out of our network, the clarity that you're going to be putting out there about the message that what your products and services can do. Remember, it's all about how we solve the problem, but people gotta know that we actually exist, that we're out there. Real quick story, when I actually started my publication about 2 years ago, I had to figure out the amazing way how visibility can work for me. It's different. Listen, it's more than just doing Facebook ads, being on Instagram, sending out emails. We have to do so much more than that when it comes to being visible. So when I first started my publication about 2 years ago, I was doing what I thought traditionally, post on Facebook, do, all these different social media posts, but I wasn't getting anywhere. I wasn't getting anywhere. But when I really realized the true technique, and this is really a famous quote from Nikki Giovanni, we have to find a way to let people know that we're there. Now, I'm going to say that again. This famous quote from Nikki Giovanni. We have to find a way to let people know that we're there. So once I really came to the concept of how visibility really works, I went from having 1 online distribution to now having over 350,000 online distribution reach. We are now globally, we're in the UK, and we are now in some other different Caribbean locations as well. So can you imagine, once you understand the concept of how visibility works, then just imagine the different connections that you'll be able to make within your business. So what I'm going to do, again, we're going to talk about that in a way that's going to make you to be able to use some of what the big retailers do. And that's kind of where we're going to go into making sure that we're credible, okay? Because the more visible you are, the more credibility that really creates into your business. So just imagine when we're talking about ramping up our visibility in the fourth quarter. So one thing that I did with my group was to talk about how can we change the space of how we do visibility. And what we did is we did a week of test and trial with some of the major retailers, because if we're really looking at it and we do all every day, all day, sometimes we don't even realize it as we're watching television, what's really being taking place. And a lot of times if we're looking at how some of the major retailers do, like Walmart, Target, Amazon, Best Buy, and you can name a few others, but how they actually market to their target audience. Okay? How they're actually marketing to their target audience. If you take that same concept in what you do when you're getting ready to market a new product or services, imagine how many doors or how many people will be knocking at your door to come and see what's inside so they can, take a part into your products and services. So what we did is we did a week kind of survey. I actually monitored Walmart, Target, and Amazon. And I looked to see how many times throughout the week span, I wasn't spending all my time watching TV, but from one channel, I looked to see how many times Walmart, Target, and Amazon actually advertised on one particular channel network. And from that week's survey, they did 112 times. Yes, 112 times. So now let's break that down, because we do know that networking and visibility all is about numbers. So if you take 112 divided by, let's just say 5 days, on an average or approximately, that particular advertised approximately 22 times a day. Now, I'm not saying for you to do that, but I'm just kind of giving you some ideas of, we took, again, Walmart, Target, and I took Walmart, Target, and Amazon. I did a week survey to see how many times these particular retailers actually showed up. Now, we all know that the more they show up, the more we go into their stores. I'm just as guilty. I probably within that week time went into Walmart and Target and bought something. But what the retailers did, which was so unique, is that they kept showing up. They kept showing up. And I know a lot of us we'll be watching TV or we'll see an ad. We're not really paying attention to it because that's just kind of traditionally what we're looking at or what's going on. But somehow or another, you end up going in to visit that particular retailer. We all do. I mean, it's just by habit because we're seeing it so many times. And a lot of times when we go into these retailer stores, we don't even really need to go in there and buy nothing, but we do anyway. But this is kind of a way of where I'm trying to go with our visibility and how we need to ramp it up. Just imagine if you did that same thing with your products and services over this last quarter. Listen, we got less than 50 days, less than 50 days before the end of the year. We still have time to reach our goals. Like if you're looking to, make 20,000, 10,000, you still have time to do that because you know why? It's all about visibility. The more visible you are, the more people will want to do business with you. Remember my famous quote, Nikki Giovanni, you have to find a way to let people know that you're there. And we have to figure out the channels. Even though that big retailer I watched on one channel, we know that they're a nationwide brand and they have multiple channels that they're showing. That they're placed on. So can you imagine if they showed 22 times in one day on one channel, if they look at all the TV distribution channels that's out there and they're showing that same time, that same amount of time on all those different channels, no wonder Walmart is where it is. No wonder Target is where it is. But we have to figure out how to incorporate some of that same technique and what we do for our business become visible. See, connection or connectivity, that's the fourth C, is the fastest way to increase your revenue and to increase sales opportunities. But the only way that you can be able to connect with people is being visible. They have to know that you exist, that you're out there. So what I want to say is once we're doing this, think about that. Whether it is you do, say, for instance, if you do an email marketing system, you can't just show up one time. And let's talk about that, because if we're going to use social media as this tool, we have to think about how many times you're showing up on social media. A lot of times we get up in the morning or we have it scheduled post 1 or 2 times. But guess what? It's all about timing. That's that connectivity. It's all about timing because you have to figure out when your target audience is actually watching you. Remember the Walmart, Target, and Amazon? They showed up 22 times. See, they didn't know approximately when their target audience would be there, but they knew if they showed up enough times that, guess what, eventually they would reach their target audience. So I hope you're following the visibility track. It's like, how do we monitor this? We talk about monitoring network and how do we really maximize it? What are the steps that we're taking to make sure that people understand how to network and how to connect? It's the same way with visibility. We have to track it. We have to track, what channels our advertisement is being on. If you're going to use Facebook, figure out the channel. If you're going to use Instagram, figure out the channel. You have to figure out the channel and the times that your target audience is actually watching you. It's like, think about it as being on television. We have to figure out, when your perfect show or your whatever's coming on that you want to watch, you're going to tune in, right? Because you know that. Because that particular television show or whatever has advertised it enough for you to say, okay, guess what? 5 o'clock, Grey's Anatomy is coming on. So you're going to be able to tune in. You have to do the same way with our business. Guess what? They got to know that you're coming. You got to keep putting it out there. Guess what? Say November the 25th, we're going to have a release of our book. You're going to keep talking about it. Guess what? So now they know to put it on their schedule for November the 25th that you got a release coming out. As an example, as our magazine. So a part of one of our publications is a Tap In magazine. We are highlighting the top 22 influential leaders of 2022. And we've been talking about how these leaders have made amazing impact in the community. Guess what? We're going to launch our magazine on November 25th. So now you're going to start hearing about all these amazing leaders coming out. So guess what? Come November 25th, guess what? Be paying attention because we're going to drop it. It's going to be amazing. So we're actually just ramping up our visibility in our audience to let them know that we're coming. Let's go back. Remember when I said, Nick and Giovanni said, you got to find a way to let them know that you're there. And the more that you put it out there, guess what? You're ramping it up because you're letting them know that you're coming. You're finding a way to let them see that you're going to be there. So that's the most amazing thing about when you're talking about how do I increase my visibility? Now, we've talked about, the clarity of our message, making sure that our message is clear and concise, that they know exactly what you're going to be presenting. What are you going to be putting out there? That is so huge. That's that clarity in that 4C. Remember, competency, clarity, credibility, and connectivity. So once we kind of cover all of them, which is the clarity, being clear, concise of your message, know exactly what you're going to be producing. Because one thing I do know, once you are so clear about your message, then that helps your audience to tune in more to you. When you're not giving them any confusion, you're staying clear and focused on one thing, that they know exactly what it is. Because again, when we're clear and concise about our message, guess what? It's building billboards. We're building billboards with our audience because now they can say, hey, have you seen Tandra or have you seen a Tapped In magazine? You're letting them know because your message is clear of what you're putting out there to your audience. Remember the Target, Walmart, and Amazon? Right now, they're doing a big promotion of their holiday season. They're doing a big promotion. So they're letting people know what they've got coming out. What are the discounts? What are the Black Friday sales and ads are coming out? So they're clear about what they're promoting. And then they'll know how to connect with you because you'll be going into their stores or online buying their products and services. They're saying, hey, it's Black Friday. We have amazing discounts. Shop your holiday Christmas or get your Christmas holiday items early because they're actually kind of gearing you into the store and you really don't even know it. And that's what you want to do with your clients because you want to gear them in to your store. See, the best thing you can have is a storefront window. And that storefront window can be such an amazing window. When you go in and you walk by a store and the window view is so beautiful and you're like, oh my God, you can see it from way across the street. The view is amazing. But guess what? It makes you want to go in like, oh my God, like that jacket is so cute. Let me go in there and see exactly, maybe if they have it in different colors. But whatever it was so enticing to you that made you want to walk into the store. And that's what we want to do with our visibility. Again, we got to go back to the big retailers. They're making it so enticing to make you want to go in. So I hope you're kind of following my steps. We're talking about visibility and how we're going to rank this up to have the best last quarter of the year. If you have a goal that you set in mind, a dollar goal, guess what? We're going to be able to meet it because you're going to be able to increase your visibility. And we're talking about different ways and methods that you can use to create your visibility. We're going to take the same concept as the big retailers do, but we're going to do ours just a little bit different. Again, we did a survey on Amazon, Target, and Walmart and how they actually show up into the marketplace and make you want to go into the store and buy it. You're going to do the same thing. You're going to show up the same way. Now, let's talk about how we show up, because we do know the blessings are in this show up. So let's talk about how we show up. One thing that I know for sure is that we have a lot of content. Each entrepreneur has a lot of content. So it's not about reproducing new content. How about we use some of this old content? How about we repurpose some of what we have? The big retailers do. All they do is they change it a little bit. They tweak it a little bit. Guess what? You have a lot of content from January the 1st to now, to today. You've put out several different things on, Instagram, Facebook. You've emailed things. Remember, it was all about timing. How many times did you show up? The blessings in the show up. But how many times did you show up? Just think, if you put that out 1 or 2 times, let's do an inventory. Let's look at exactly how much engagement you got from that particular post. Did you get any engagement? Did anybody just click on it, like it? If you didn't get over 15 or more, guess what? Repurpose it. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Right now, we're at a critical stage of making sure that we increase our visibility. So guess what? Let's repurpose that information that you already have. Tweak it just a little bit. And then what you're going to do is you're going to send that same message out to your target audience. If you did it 1 time, do it twice. If you did it twice, do it 3 times. Ramp it up, your visibility. Just the same way you scheduled it 3 or 4 times. And let me tell you, it works. I had a client of mine who came onto my conversations over coffee, and we're talking about this same thing, about what our goals were for the end of the year. And what happened was, I said, we're going to increase our visibility. We're going to ramp it up like the big retailers did. I said, how many times do you actually put your information out? She said, I put it out once. I put it out in the morning because I don't have time to keep going back. Oh, but we know that there's an automation system. If you don't have an automation system, we could talk about that a little later, but you want to put it on an automation system. So I said, what we'll do is we'll put this information on an automation system and we're going to send it out 4 times. Okay. And we're going to pick 3 platforms that you're going to do it on. Okay. Follow me. 3, we're going to send it out multiple times, and we're going to use 3 platforms. And we're going to monitor that over the period of time. What's our goal once we do it for the week is what we did it for. We did it for the week. And I said, how many times is going to go out, but what's going to be our goal? If we do this the exact correct way, by the end of the week, you should have 3 or 4 more sales. She was in agreement. We did it exactly that way. And at the end of the week, she had 10 sales, 10 paid sales, cashed in, paid sales. So now she took that same concept, again, like the big retailers, follow me, Walmart, Target, and guess what? We ramped it up again. She used another piece of content that she already had. So she didn't have to go back out and recreate it. She used what she already had, tweaked it just a little bit, and her sales doubled the next week. So we have to find a way. Let's go back to Nikki Giovanni to let our audience know that we're there. And when we do that, you will see some amazing results of how to generate income to help you reach your goal by the end of the year. Let's set a goal. What's your goal? Set a realistic goal, but let's set it. It's not too late. And how do we do that? We're going to use our connectivity. How we're going to use our connectivity is by having clarity in our message. right? And then when we have clarity in our message, now we're going to increase our visibility and we're going to ramp it up as much as possible as we can. Okay? If you're doing it 1 or 2 times, do it 4 times. If you're doing it 5 times, do it 8 times. Don't go out and spend tons of your time right now creating new content. You don't have to. You have other content that you've used already from the beginning of the year. Go back, inventory it. See how many times people have engaged with you. Look and see if it's not 15 or more, likes, comments, emojis, or something on there, then no one is engaging. I really feel like an engagement is when someone actually makes a comment or shares your information. If that's not taking place, reuse it. Because it's all about timing. It could have been the time of the day that your audience was not watching you. Remember the Walmart, Target, and Amazon? They did it approximately 22 times, and now it's just on one channel. At some point or another, they know that if they hit it just right, their audience is going to be watching. At some point in time, someone's going to turn on the television and they're going to pop up an ad. So it's all about timing, and we want to make sure that we're doing the same thing. We want to make sure that we are in front of our audience, because if you're not in front of your audience, trust me, they're going to do business with people who are more visible than you are, that's selling the same products and services as you are. So make sure that you find a way to continue to increase your visibility, to pump it up, to ramp it up, your visibility. You can even collaborate with other people, to do some tag team visibility. Here's the amazing thing about networking is, you can create it allows you to connect with other people. Connectivity allows you to connect with other people. And we know that we can't do this thing by ourselves. We know that we need other entrepreneurs to help us to reach our goal. And what better way right now than the end of the year? Listen, we all probably got tons of inventory that we bought or purchased that's sitting on our shelf that's just collecting dust. It's collecting dust. But why not find a way to get rid of that inventory and to jump off into 2023 with a clean slate, amazing, with new products and services and ideas that you can use? I mean, how amazing would that be? But guess what? It's kind of like, I don't know if anyone probably remembers this song, The Clean Up Woman. We got to clean it all up so we can start new and fresh and making these amazing collaboration opportunities. Just like right now, I want to invite you to one of the ways that we can help you. Tapped In Magazine can help you to increase your visibility over this particular holiday season, is by being a part of our publication that we are putting out this November and December. We have 2 publications, one for men and women. And inside this publication, we are promoting the top 22 influential leaders of 2022. What does that really mean? That means, guess what? You will have your 2023 already set and ready to go. You'll be able to have connections and collaborations that you can already go into 2023 using. These are going to be amazing leaders that have some amazing opportunities for you. I invite you to be a part of our publication. It's going to be amazing. But also, it gives you the credibility that you need. It gives you the visibility that you need. And you're going to be able to ramp that up with this publication. How amazing is that? Remember, we talked about the window? You want to make it so beautiful that people can see you from far away. Well, guess what? When we talk about visibility, that's another channel that we have to tap into in order for people to see that we're there. Remember Nikki Giovanni? You got to find a way to let people know that you're there. We got to get out of that box of what we traditionally do with visibility and think bigger. We got to get a bigger picture of where we want to go and where we want to be. So I invite you to go to TAPIN, that's TAPIN, magazine.org, and be a part of our amazing publication and be on the list as one of the top 22 influential leaders. Now, when we talk about networking, again, we've already covered a couple of the C's. Remember, I said there's 4 C's to our network. You have to work your network. Let me say it again. You have to work your network. So one of the things we have to show to our network is that, one, that we have the competency, that we really know what we're talking about. We really know how to make the change happen. And you have to be able to convey that message in a clear, concise way, so your network can understand how to connect with you. Your network can understand how to promote you. See, the best thing that we can do when we talk about visibility is having that clear, concise message, because once you do that, then guess what? Your network knows how to network for you. It's not as hard as a lot of people think. It's not just about going to networking events. It's not about that. It's much more than that. It's bigger. Now, especially since COVID-19 took over, we know that network has been reinvented. And one of the ways it's being reinvented is through this whole social media platform. We've talked, some of the leaders have talked about some amazing things on here. We had Nicole talking about the metaverse. I mean, oh my God, it's been reinvented. It's not the same traditional way that it used to be. Now, take in mind, because it's so much virtual network happening, virtual and in-person networking is, both of them are just important. But guess what? You have to be able to show up in these spaces that you wouldn't traditionally do in order to get a business and have the visibility that you need so people will know that you're there. I know I said a lot, but we have to figure out how to find a way to let people know that we're there. And we have to be able to get out of the box of our traditional networking and do some things different. Don't get me wrong, traditional networking still works. There's tons of people that still, meet and have coffee and conversations to talk about business. It is an awesome way. I mean, a lot of businesses have been built on that, but now we know that there's a much faster, easier, and effective way to make sure that we get our message done. I mean, there's a different components that allow us to network across the globe. And Tapped In Magazine can help you get there as well. But we know that there's multiple ways that you can network across the globe. But once you do that, then you have to show up. You have to stay consistent in being visible in front of the audience that you're trying to get to. And it's going to take multiple times for you to do that. You can't hit it one or two times. You can't just send out, emails and expect that, your audience is going to open those emails. If you send out emails, send them out 4 times a day, because you never know the time that your audience is going to be looking at their emails. Will they unsubscribe from you? If they do, then guess what? That's okay. You don't have to let that be the downfall of you not continuing to show up into the marketplace, because those who want to do business with you will do business with you, but they got to know that you exist. They got to know what you're offering. So I'm super excited. Look, you can see I have a passion for talking about networking, visibility, and I can keep just going on and on and on. But the most important part, I want to say this: ramp up your visibility for the last quarter. Guess what? Have the best fourth quarter that you've had for this year.
Awesome, Dr. Tandra. You see my notebook? I flipped it over. I've taken so many notes because I've been telling people this is the fourth quarter roundup. We got to go back and assess the things that don't need to be there, take it out, but we need to ramp up that visibility. And you came right back around and confirmed it, and then gave us the 4 C's. You told us we have to have competency, credibility, connectivity, and clarity. And in order to have, wait a minute, I wrote it down. I was writing. I was trying to put some stuff together. I was so excited. I made sure that our message must be clear and concise. There must be clarity. We can't be all over the place.
No, you cannot. Especially not right now when there's so many other options available.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And then you told us, y'all need to keep putting it out there. If you did not get 15 likes or emojis or more, go back and repurpose it, but tweak it just a little bit. You gave us so many nuggets. Oh my God. So, I'm going to go back and I'm going to do all of this that you said. Yes, ma'am. So you made mention about the top 22 leaders, and you told us where we can go to be a part of this platform. When is the deadline if we would like to be featured as top 22?
Okay, so our deadline list is approaching really quickly. Monday is the last day for submissions.
Okay.
We want to launch this magazine. Our women's magazine we're set to launch it for November the 25th or probably the 28th. So you still have time to get in. Just go to tapinplatinum.org. That's TAPIN platinum.org, and to reserve your spot. Our men's issue goes out on December the 18th. And you would go to tapinplatinummen.org. Let me tell you, I am so excited about this issue. I cannot wait to drop these 22. I'm telling you, we have some amazing influential leaders that are going to be a part of this publication. I'm just super excited. And you really want to be a part of it because you don't, again, it's all about each one promote one. And it starts with visibility.
Yes, yes. I was actually a part of your, you did a feature for Ryan Green for the Born to Be Dope. And so I was actually one of the features in the magazine. So I got my cover and, you know, I thought I was rocking it too. You couldn't tell me nothing. So I know I'm going to run over to that website, www.tapinplatinum.org, so that I can beat that deadline, so I can be featured as one of those top 22. And men, I need you to run over there so that you can be featured also. This is so amazing.
I just got to do a quick sneak. We got Isaiah Washington that's going to be a part of that men's. I don't even want to get a secret sauce because it's going to be real juicy.
Oh, wow. Wow. So let me ask you a question, Dr. Price. Is there going to be, for those who take advantage of it, is there a special for the Black Business Olympic Network?
You know, I always got some secret sauce, some secret juice for the Black Olympic. Yes, we're going to give a special discount of 10% if you want to be a part of it. I mean, but you got to jump on it today if you want to jump on it. So listen, sign up right now, take advantage, and just put in the comments, Black Olympic, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. So all business owners, all business leaders, if you're the executive management at the firm that you may work at, hey, Dr. Kelly endorses this. So I need you to go to www.tapinplatinum.org, and men, www.tapinplatinummen.org. And
I got real quick. We got a special guest that's gonna be on there, which is Dr. Kelly. He gonna be, I'm telling y'all, he's something.
He's something else.
Y'all ain't seen this picture that's coming out, but it's coming.
All right now. So men, I need you all to go ahead. I need you all to do it this weekend. Go ahead, sign up. Go to www.tapinplatinummen.org. And ladies, hey, we have to represent, because this is our sister right here. We got to represent her as she represents us and give us this visibility. Go ahead, meet me this weekend at www.tapinplatinum.org so we can be featured for the top leaders of 2022. Hey, what better way to end 2022? I always tell my kids, the way you end your year is the way you're going to start your year. So we want to end this year with a big bang boom, so we can go straight into 23 with a boom. Miss Tandra, can you give us your email or how people could connect with you for future visibility if they want to do something where your magazine features their business?
Oh, absolutely. So I am on, the best platform, which is LinkedIn. You can connect with me, Tandra Price. And then you can also inbox me if you have any additional questions at tandra.price@cox.net. But you can always reach me on LinkedIn.
Awesome. Oh, wait a minute. We have some questions. Just a minute. Oh, Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, she says I'm in. Now, Dr. Lewis, You say you in. We need you to go to www.tapinplatinum.org and sign up for this feature today. Awesome.
Yes.
Yes. I love it.
You know, Black Olympics, so you can get your discount in there too as well.
Yes. Don't forget to put in the comments Black Business Olympics so you can get your 10% off.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we thank you so much, Dr. Tandra Price, for coming on, getting us excited, ramping us up, reminding us it's about visibility. It's about us ramping up that visibility, not to just settle back and say, well, you know, I didn't do it today. You reminded us if we're already advertising 4 times, we need to double it to 8 times. Then you said that, hey, everything is automated now. So at least we need to have automation for 4 times a day on 3 different platforms.
Yes, yes. Just pick 3 platforms. Don't go to a whole bunch. Pick 3 and just really maximize those 3.
Awesome. Awesome. So those who are in the speaking arena, those who are in coaching, authors, which platforms would you recommend they go to? Because, you know, sometimes we go to the wrong ones.
Listen, I feel like I go to where all the money makers and the decision makers are, which is LinkedIn. You cannot listen. If you go to LinkedIn and your LinkedIn profile is already speaking, that's another topic, but it is already speaking for itself. Guess what? It's going to start generating. But when you go to LinkedIn and you make that post, listen, you can even schedule your post through LinkedIn. There's a software that allows you to do that. But when you do that, tag at least, 10 or 15 people from your network. Listen, we all have followers. So people are following and listening to you. Don't just post it, tag somebody in it. Don't just post it, tag it. Because what happens is when you just put that out there, we already know how the algorithms work. And that's why it's so important that you have to keep continually to show up. I mean, take an inventory of a post on LinkedIn. I've seen someone post 6 times and it finally got my attention because it kept coming up because of the algorithms. Every time somebody posts, it just keeps going down the feed. But now you have to figure out, how do I stick mine? How does mine stay at the forefront of people? Come on, y'all. Let's post. Let's tag.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, Dr. Tandra Price with Tapped In Magazine. We're happy that you brought that energy and you brought us some nuggets that we could put to work for us to make the actual money that we're desiring to make before we even end this year. Yes. We thank you again for joining us here on the Black Business Network. My name is Verlisa Warren. I am the CEO and founder of the Rise Her Network. And as we already know, genius is common. And guess what? I'm going to see you on the other side. So now we're going to promote our scholarship. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You don't want to go over to the website? I need you to pull out your cell phones, and we're going to go to Cash App. I need you to go to Cash App and type in the $BBX USA. That's the $Bravo Bravo X-ray. Uniform Sierra Alpha. It is our goal to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online also at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you again to donate to the scholarship fund. You can either go to the website or you could go to Cash App. I want to thank all of our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2022, NC 100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth Empowerment Motivation Support LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Sweetheart Mitchell Collection, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Creative Force Studios, Work the Thing Supplements, Lotus Rich Ignites, Business Group Network, stocks versus sneakers. First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprises LLC, Genius is Common, Black Business Expo USA. Again, remember, Genius is common, and guess what? I will see you on the other side.
There is no one solution to dismantling racism. There's no one solution to decentering whiteness or supremacy. I am Merrill Holloway, and I'm the executive director of NC 100. NC 100 is based in the Central Piedmont region of Rockingham County, North Carolina. We are located centrally in the state, and we are connected to local leaders, but we are also connected statewide. We are connected to people who believe in community organizing, and that is a way to help build a better North Carolina.
So everybody knows about the Tulsa, Oklahomas and the Durham, North Carolinas, and the rich history of Black economic development and all those things, and the race riots in Wilmington. But, you know, in a rural community like Reidsville, where I grew up here in Rockingham County, there was this rich, thriving community where there was economic prosperity and all of this wonderful economic freedom, where people felt engaged and there was this civic engagement because people had this inclusion piece, and it seemed like it disappeared overnight. Racial justice work can't be divided from economic justice work. I am standing in front of Mechanic and Farmers Bank on the very famous Parish Street. I personally have been involved in Black economic development work here in Durham, and I believe that is this type of work and the type of relationships that I've been able to form here in the Triangle that's going to benefit Rockingham County and other places.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome back to the Black Business Network. My name is Verlisa Waring, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, all cities around the United States and across the globe. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to inspire, empower, and educate businesses about businesses. Our third speaker for this afternoon is someone that has dealt with life. Have you ever been shook by the economy, grief, fear, confusion, failure of marriage, even health, failure of some of your business endeavors? Well, this young lady who is coming to speak with us, she has overcome some of those same things that I just asked you. Have you been shook up about? She's overcome these difficulties by doing intense research, and she had a determination to get on the other side of adversity, which includes anxiety, depression, and now she's at the point of her life of positive transformation by utilizing, guess what? Life transitions. I bring to the stage, introduce to some, and present to others a young lady that's going to help us find joy and satisfaction in our lives, Dr. Yvanka Farby of Live Shackle Free. Please welcome her as she comes to the stage. We can't hear you.
Thank you so much. Are we good now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that introduction.
Yes, ma'am. So we know that you are an overcomer. You are more than a conqueror.
Absolutely.
And during these times of uncertainty, especially since this pandemic has come, a lot of people were shook up. And not only were they shook up because of the pandemic, they were shook up to the core because of things that went on in their households, in their businesses. And unfortunately, a lot of people have not bounced back.
Yeah.
So help the business owners, help the executive teams that are watching today, help us use that adversity, turn it to give us life so that we can move forward in our lives today.
Absolutely, because that's what it's going to take.
Yes, genius is coming. So guess what? I'm going to meet you on the other side.
I'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much. Thank you for that introduction. And I just want you, in this brief time that we have together, just think about your own hopes and dreams. I'm going to share part of my story with you, and I'm going to also share some things that I think that will assist you. And I'm thankful to the Black Business Olympics for providing this platform, not only for myself, but for those of you who are listening. And I just want to encourage you to get involved with assisting the youth in terms of donating to help get the college kids their laptops and any other thing that these kids need to get ahead and to help them get a plan. So in this time together again, I just want you to think about your own hopes and dreams. And if you could imagine spending the majority of your adult life following blueprints that other people that love you very much built for you, and you follow the blueprints to a T, you do everything that people have asked you to do, only to get to a point in life that you watch it all dismantle, crash down, broken glass, shattered rock, completely unrecognizable from the original facade of your life that you built. Again, my name is Dr. Yvanka Farby. Today, I am a life coach, a master empowerment coach. I'm an international best-selling author and speaker. I have a television show that reaches millions of people around the world. I've had that television show for over 4, going on 5 years now. And I'm a prison chaplain. I have a nonprofit by the name of Beyond the Shackles, and we focus on instilling hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their family. But I'm going to tell you something, it wasn't always that way for me. I was born on the south side of Chicago. My mother was a part of that great migration that we all know about. Many people in the southern region of the states back in the 50s were moving to places like Chicago and other places in the Midwest where they had these plentiful factory jobs where you could get a guaranteed pay, regular pay, and you can count on a pension. And you had those jobs, for a lifetime, it seems. And my mother was a part of that movement where she moved to Chicago from Mississippi. She gave up her farm life, and she was able, fortunately for her, in 3 days' time, she was able to commandeer one of those great jobs. And that factory is where she met my dad, who's a Chicago native, but he was also along the same mindset. And the thing is that I'm going somewhere with this. So even though my parents didn't stay married, they both stayed at that company, that same company, 35 years for my mom, 40 years for my dad. And they were able to retire and get their Social Security and a pension. They don't have those pensions so much anymore now, but they were able to do that and do everything just like they're planned. And there was a time that my mom, before she had moved to Chicago, she as a teenager, she wanted to go to college, but because of a succession of events, it just didn't happen for her. And she never revisited again. And I never even heard her talk about it past her, saying that she wanted to go as a youth. But it was always important. She instilled it in me that college was very, very important, and it was a vital thing. And so I went, and I was in agreement. I went. And I graduated from college, and I did what everybody expected me to do, was to get one of these good paying corporate jobs. And I got a job. Nobody was more happier than my parents. I got hired on at a Fortune 500 company in the engineering organization. They didn't know what engineers did. They didn't care. It just sounded like something that was really important, and it was going to be something where I was going to be able to make money and have a great life. But there was only one problem, is I hated the job. I hated the place. And it was not, the job wasn't the problem. I was like a fish out of water. And I remember I was struggling to do this assignment, and it was just a rough time. And I remember going to visit my mother, and I told her, I said, this is not working for me. I got to find something else that's more suitable. I got to find something else that's more to my liking. And, to my surprise, my mother was mortified. She was like, listen, you're not going to like any job that you have. So you might as well, they call it work for a reason. So get back there, do the best job you can do, and get those people to pay you as much money as you can get them to pay you. That's what I did. I did that. And because there wasn't the understanding that we have today. We know better now. We know that about purpose and about, expanding your passions and moving forward. But we didn't have that back in the 80s and in the early 90s. So she just kind of kicked me in the pants and told me to get back in the game. So I did what she said. So what I eventually did is I shifted and I went into sales, professional sales. Now that was a little bit more to my personality, my liking. I pulled down a 6-figure income consistently for several years. But even with that particular job, there was, that career path, it just wasn't it. I just felt unfulfilled. And I will say to you, I always had these entrepreneurial aspirations. I always wanted to start my own business doing something, and I just didn't know what. But because of the way that I was raised, the safety that my parents felt that you had in a job, because there was a time you had a little bit more security. Now we know differently, but back then, they were keeping jobs for 40 years and things like this. So they didn't understand when people started to job hop after a couple of years, and that they didn't get that. That wasn't a part of what they considered their work ethic and the relationship they had with the company. So I was always encouraged to make sure you keep your job, make sure you keep your regular pay. But it did not speak to the passion in my life. It wasn't who I was, but I also did not have an understanding. So I kind of went along with the status quo. And many of you listening to me could probably relate to that, because what happens is you build a life on this. You build a life, on the job. You get all the accoutrements that go along with it. You have all these responsibilities that paints you in a corner. Well, that's the way it is. And unless you make a shift in your mindset everything stays the same until it's not the same. And so that's what happened to me. In 2008, because I would not live my truth, I did not have to make a decision on what to do with my life that suited me. The economy crashed and I lost everything. So my 6-figure job that I thought that I could not live without was gone. By this time, I was married for about 10, 12 years, something like that. But it was already an arduous marriage. And so this kind of just tipped it over. It was already on the brink, and then that was that. And so I found myself a divorced woman with no income. I had some severance that was given to me, and I had no life plan. I had no life plan. I had no idea what I was going to do and how I was going to do it and how I was going to shift, how I was going to survive. I didn't know what I liked. I didn't know what I didn't like. I had always gone along with this status quo plan. So what I did was what I don't advise anyone to do is I decided I'm going to live my dream, no plan, but out of panic, what I did is I took everything that I had, I took my severance and pulled out my retirement, and I started an insurance agency. Well, there's nothing wrong with the insurance business per se, but I didn't know anything about insurance. I didn't know anything about a storefront business, and I signed a terrible contract. But at any rate, I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have anything that you should have. But it's what happens to a person when you don't have a plan. When you don't have a plan, you don't have anything to pivot from. So if you don't do something in life, life will do something with you. You have to have some kind of a plan, and I didn't. So after 7 years of toil, I fought with this business. It was never my passion. I fought with this business for 7 years until I made a decision that I was going to have to close. And before I did, I was sitting down, and I remember I had depleted all of my financial resources, and I was in my office, and I had laid off every employee that I had. I didn't have a dime to my name. And because of a succession of events that happened throughout this, I found myself facing eviction, not only in my work location, but it has started now to bleed over into where I lived. I did, so I was unable to take care of myself in a manner that was sustainable. And I even had an incident that really shook me. It's what made me make a decision to make a shift altogether and stop trying to keep all the balls in the air. And it included having some relatives that visited me from out of town who were visiting my office. They had never seen my office and heard about it, but they witnessed me receive they witnessed me receive a notice to vacate. And that was the defining moment of my life. If the ground could have opened and swallowed me up in that moment, I most certainly would have welcomed it. But that was the time I said, I'm going to let everything go. I'm going to let everything go and let the chips fall where they may. I'm going to stop trying to keep all the balls in the air. I'm going to stop trying to fight what's not working. And I'd never been willing to do that before. And I needed to start from scratch. There's a saying by a wise man by the name of Les Brown. I'm a Les Brown fan. He's one of my mentors. But what Les Brown says is let go or be dragged. And I was being dragged because I was living a mediocre life that did not serve me, and it did not lend to me in that moment of fulfilling purpose. There's a lot that I was able to use to move forward today. But in that time, it was not serving me. So I needed to let go. And I wasn't going to let mediocrity drag me along any longer. I wasn't going to do that. I was going to look and see what was really of interest to me. What is it that I wanted? What were my values? And I was going to go for what was great in my life. I had made that decision. And really, that's where we all need to start. What is important to us? What are we passionate about? What is it that's speaking to our heart that we need to do to develop, to move forward in life, so that not only our life has meaning, that we're making a difference. And I had not given any serious thought to that before. And because I would tell you, I even had situations where I would interview for jobs, 6-figure jobs, and I just would leave there in tears because I could not imagine spending the rest of my life continuing down a path, even though it was obvious that I had a financial need. But I really was so desperate to understand what it is that I needed to do for purpose in my life. I really began to understand about purpose. And so I just needed to take a look and change my perspective. Wayne Dyer had it right. Wayne Dyer said that when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. So I took a look at things, because when it came to my parents, it wasn't that they were wrong for what they wanted from me. They were parents that just, parents want you to be safe. So for them and their perspective, getting a 9 to 5 is the safe thing. Nowadays it's very unpredictable. You best have a life plan, because somebody can walk into your life on a job and give you a pink slip for whatever reason. And if you have nothing to pivot from, you're going to have a problem. And we'll talk about that some more. So they weren't wrong for trying to define something for me. But what they did not realize is that the purpose that, God had for me before I was even a glimmer in my mother's eye. And the thing is that was going to be my job to define. I was going to have to define that. And what I realized is that my life models were broken. My foundational models were broken. And when your life models are broken, you have results, broken outcomes. And so, for instance, if your career or entrepreneurial models are broken, your profitability and your productivity will suffer. If your relational models are broken, your relationships can become fragmented. And if your spiritual models are broken, you become heavy-hearted. Your heart is heavy. And so you have to realize that your life is coming for you. And you have to be willing to define the models that are establishing your life, that's establishing how you move forward, the foundation that you build for yourself. So make a promise to yourself. Be self-definitional, because things are going to happen to you, because they happen to us all. Even the tragedies that we experience in our life, it gives us an opportunity to rethink our lives, to rethink how we live in our lives. Not just, the surface facades of things, but the bones of who we are. What is it that we want? What is it that we desire? And when we think about those things, what are we willing to sacrifice to do it? What are we willing to sacrifice? But we have to look at what's standing in our way. Are we complacent? Are we afraid? Are you afraid to bet on you? Are you addicted to direct deposit? I know I was. When we're on those jobs, that direct deposit is a nice thing. I'm not knocking it. But what is it that you are establishing for yourself outside of what you're building for someone else? Because if you have a dream to do something outside of your career and you can't figure out how am I ever going to make the shift? I got kids that got to go to college. I got bills that need to be paid. You have to look and see where it is that you're going to sacrifice and get with somebody that's going to help you make the shift, because it's in your mind. Your mindset has to be shifted and your perspective has to change. So then you have to look at where your sacrifice is gonna come from. Miles Monroe says that when you press through your fears, because that's what a lot of this is about, it's about your fears. When you press through your fears to live your purpose, you rob the cemetery of every hope and dream that you imagine that went into the ground for the people who wouldn't even try to live life. Could you imagine? He says that the cemetery is the richest place in existence because of all the people who did not bet on themselves, who do not press forward and live purpose. But I don't believe this is going to be you. Frederick Douglass says, we may not get everything we fight for, but everything we get is going to be a fight. So I had to fight. The name of this talk is Rise Up from the Rubble. I had to fight to rise up from the rubble when my marriage was broken. I had to fight to rise up from the rubble when my business failed. My business failed and I was facing financial ruin. I had to fight to rise up from the rubble when in 2019, out of everything that was going on, I got diagnosed with triple negative breast cancer. And I'm cancer free today. But what I want you to understand in terms of what I'm talking about, What I want you to derive is this, that what you are not willing to fight for, what you don't want, will automatically take over. There isn't any neutrality. There isn't any neutrality in this. You have to be willing to stop. So I want to fight. So I want to encourage you. Things are going to happen to you, but don't stop. Don't stop. Stand up front and center for your life. Don't stop. You have to be committed to the commitment, because the chicken was involved, but the pig was committed. You've got to be committed. But in this battle, it requires courage. Any good soldier, it's going to require courage for this fight. Because when you raise your head up and you realize you've charted a course that's so far off than what you ever wanted for yourself, it's going to take some courage, and it's going to take a will to fight, and it's going to require a plan. And this could be done, because I want to encourage you. Because that embarrassing moment with my family, that was a defining moment for me. I wish it could have happened under easier circumstances, but it shook me out of my stupor that I was living year in and year out of my life. And enough had become enough. So what is it going to take for you? What is enough? What is enough for you to live your dream? Because I will tell you this, whatever you go through, Cavett Roberts says, life is a grindstone. Life is a grindstone. So whether it grinds you down or polishes you up is entirely for you and for you alone to decide. So decide to let your adversity and things in life polish you up. So I decided I wasn't going to be grinded down. I wasn't going to be grinded down any longer. And so you might say, Ivanka, how do I get off this hamster wheel? Dr. Ivanka, how do I make a shift? I got all these responsibilities. And Jim Rohn says one of the best places to start with your I should list is to look at your mental I should list. The best way to turn your life around is to look at your mental I should list. I should write that book. If you've been talking about writing books for years and you have ideas for books for years, it is time now to get in a place that's going to help you make that happen. And you can do something like that right now. You don't have to, you can come up with a plan, even if you don't execute in an instance. It's about having something to pivot from and having the courage to do it and to step out. You might say, I want to write that business plan for that business idea I have. Go ahead and write it. And this is what I'm going to say about that. Don't let the numbers intimidate you. Don't let it intimidate you. It's your plan. You don't have to show it to anybody. And don't dumb it down for anybody. Don't worry about the millions of dollars. Put it down, make it plain up on tables, and then you can figure out over time how to reverse engineer that thing and make it happen 1 year at a time. But you have to make a plan. You can't steer a boat that's not moving. You can't steer a car that's not moving. So one of the ways we move, because we have to come into agreement with what it is that we have in our hearts, is that we have to put one step in front of the other and do the work. It's not all about the praying. It's not all about, because I made that. I tell you, I'm a prison chaplain. I made that, I love the Lord, but I'm going to tell you something. You're praying and you're tithing and you're giving and whatever it is that you're doing, but nothing is happening because you haven't moved. There's something that you have to do. You have to be involved in the process of trade. You have to be involved in the process of creating. You have to be involved. You have to be taking action so that you come in agreement with what it is that you say that you want. And you don't have to have all the answers. You don't have to have all the answers. They'll come. Build it and they'll come. Build those plans. And so what you want to do, if you're not sure, is you have to come under understanding, what is your purpose? What is your purpose? Many of you listen to me may know, but I'm going to tell you, because of my coaching practice, there's a lot of people who have got involved with things because they thought they were going to be lucrative or whatever the reason. And they build these things that don't bring them any kind of joy. They don't have peace. They don't have any kind of happiness because it's not aligned with their passion. They were looking at the money. Or maybe they inherited a business and there's a family business and they've never been passionate about it, but they feel an obligation. Whatever the reason is, you have to get in touch with what it is that you are passionate about. And what purpose says is, why do I exist? What difference do I want to make in the world? What difference do you want to make in the world before you die? There's a reason that you are here on this earth now and you haven't gone on to glory someplace. There's a reason that you're here. So what is the reason? So then you look at your unique giftedness, because we lived a lot of life. There's things that we've learned how to do. You learn how to do well, but you want to pay attention to your gifts and what you do well, but don't forego passion, because your purpose pretty much lies where your passion and your unique giftedness intersect. What are those things that you're passionate about? What are those issues that you can't stop talking about, that people maybe think that they're problems, but they don't think the way that you think about them on a consistent basis? Those are things that you have passion about. Like for me, I'm a prison chaplain. There are certain parts of the justice system that people know that they're bad. They think that they're bad, but I can't rest about certain things. And that's pretty much an indication that's probably somewhere that I should focus, because there's a solution inside of me somewhere. So I have to get that out on the pages so that those things can be nurtured and developed, and then they can be acted upon on the given time when it's time to do it. So when you think about your passion, think about what in the world concerns you. And then if you can meet any need in the world, what is the need? What would you meet? Think about those things. And then what are the most urgent needs that you'll have, to solve in your church, in your community, in your family, in the world in general, in the school, in your workplace. Think about, what it is that you can contribute that solves the problem that come to mind for you. And then look at your abilities, your unique giftedness. What are things that people say you're good at? What are things that people, go to you for? I know in my family, there's always, because I was involved with real estate for so many years and still am, I'm still involved in real estate. My family members would come to me about refinancing and I'm not a loan broker. I'm not even a real estate agent. But what I will tell you, there's some things that I'm good at because of investing. There's some things that I grasped in terms of strategy because of what I did over time. So people would tell me I'm good at those kind of things. Think about that for yourself. Think about that for yourself. And once you figure out what your purpose is, then you have to look at the things that are affecting you in your mindset and things that are stopping you. What is stopping you from moving forward and fulfilling purpose? And the fact that you have a job, the fact that you have children that may not be independent yet, the fact that you have other responsibilities, those are some things that also, can be worked around. They can be worked around, but it's going to require you to give up something. It's going to require you to give up something. And also, we can stand in our own way. Some of the things that I see in my coaching practice that stand in people's way is a fear of the unknown and fear of uncertainty. And also imposter syndrome, thinking that when opportunities come your way, you pass them along to someone else, or you don't think that you can pull something off because you're always thinking that somebody is more gifted and more talented and more anointed and a better choice. When the fact of the matter is, there are so many things that you have built for others over the years. And not only have you done them effectively, you have excelled. You have excelled on the behalf of others. And that very attitude you can do for yourself. You can do for yourself. And you can think, what if I lose my money? You might lose a little bit, if you're learning, but it's about strategy and picking yourself up and coming up with a more fine-tuned plan and a better plan for the next time. Don't allow a failure of one opportunity make you quit. It can make you stronger. It can make you smarter. It can do all kinds of things for you, but it can't do anything for you if you're not willing to face the fear. Because this is what I'm going to tell you about fear. Sometimes there's knowledge in fear. People like do it scared. I understand that, But at the same time, you want to look at why you're afraid. If you're afraid, because sometimes it's for a good reason. Is it a fear that could be solved with strategy? Something that if you had the right resources around you, if you had the different people involved, if you had a different kind of money structure or other kind of plan, it could solve the problem. You have to tease that out from the other stuff that's irrational, the boogeyman stuff. You know, what if I can't do it? That's all the mindset stuff. And you have to work on your mindset, because your mind can never take you, you can never go where your mind has not taken you. So you have to get your mindset together so that you can do what it is that is required of you. I remember on a job one time that we had, it was a company that I worked for, and layoffs weren't particularly common back in the early 90s. It was starting to pick up. There was a couple of companies that were doing it, but for the most part, we were one of the holdout companies that we were proud of the fact that we were a people company and all that, blah, 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 the corporate. But they began to drop these hints that, you know, people should update their skills. Maybe if you had a bachelor's, maybe you should get a master's. You know, maybe you should, you know, get some certificate programs. And, you know, there were a few segment of people who got the memo, and they started getting jobs elsewhere. But many of us, we assumed that life would always be the same. And the thing is, you can never assume life will be the same. Anything can change in your life in the next year, the next 5 years. So if you're saying, oh, I'm going to wait till my kids go to college, then I'll think about myself and purpose. Oh, I'm going to wait until I retire. I retire in 10 years, then we'll look at purpose. There's too many things that can happen out of the realm of your control that you at least need to start establishing and looking inward. What is it that you desire? So don't assume that life will stay the same. When I was on this job and they were dropping all these hints, you had a few people, they went and found work elsewhere. Then there was the rest of us. And they announced that they were going to have this big layoff, and everybody was shocked. We were like, oh, what do you know? I noticed one person, they laid her off a week before her 40th anniversary because they wouldn't have to give her the lion's share of her pension. And I remember thinking that was a cold-blooded thing to do to this woman who had been at this company since she was 17 years old. And then there was another man who fainted. He fainted when he found out he was getting laid off because his wife had, you know, they had just had a little baby, a little 2-month-old baby, and she came back from maternity leave on her job at another company, was laid off, and now he's laid off. So you got 2 people laid off, no plan. He faints. They have to take him out on a stretcher. But there were other things that were happening. But I'm going to tell you about this one guy I remember. And I'll never forget. It was a guy who was passionate about the classic car business. It was a hobby of his. And he didn't make very much money doing it, but it was always what he talked about. He talked about it with the other guys on the job. He always had the magazines. He was always working on the weekend and sometimes in the evening in this business. They told him he was going to get laid off. And I remember him coming out of the office and he looked relieved. And I remember thinking, that's kind of strange. He doesn't seem upset at all. Well, what I found out later is that he had been working plans for years on how to go full time in this classic car restoration business. And he never could figure out how to do it. He never had the money, but he and his wife were planning. So when this happened, this unexpected thing happened, that was an opportunity where it was tragedy for other people. It became an opportunity for him. Why? Because he had a plan. So he went full-time in the car restoration business. His wife kept her full-time job wherever she was. And within less than 2 years, they made enough money where she was able to leave her job and then go full-time with her husband in this car restoration business. What is my point? When the so-called tragedy of layoff came to him, it was not a tragedy. It was an opportunity because he had a life plan. We have to have plans. We have to make plans for what we want out of life. We can't just let life happen to us. We have to do what it is that's necessary so that we have something to pivot from. Because like I said earlier, if you don't do something with life, life is going to do something with you. And so what is it that I want you to know today? Some of the things that I had to do to turn my life around and to make a shift is the first thing was I had to realize that I was enough. I had to realize I was enough. With the skin that I'm in, you're enough. Right now, the skin that you're in, you don't have to lose weight to fulfill your hopes and dreams. You don't have to have a whole bunch of money and a bunch of financial backing. You can begin right now. You don't have to get divorced. Some people are like, well, as soon as I get divorced, you have to begin thinking about your life now. Who are you? What is it that you want for real? What do you want for real? Not that you think you can't have. What is it that's in your heart? Because I tell you, there's a plan for it. There's a plan for it. You just have to get to it. You have to get to it. So realize that you're enough. The other thing is that you have to be unstoppable. You can't let people, places, or things get in the way of fulfilling your hopes and dreams. That means that some decisions that you're going to have to make. There's some sacrifices that have to happen. So, maybe what it is that you don't watch so much television. Because I know after you work all day, a lot of people like to turn that TV on, turn Netflix on. I was guilty of that. I haven't watched television in years just because it hasn't served me. But one of the things I do have to watch, I have to watch my Netflix intake. And I have rules that I set up for myself around that because I do enjoy movies and series and all that stuff like the next person. But if it's getting in the way day in and day out of me moving forward in the continuum of fulfilling purpose, there's something wrong. I have to make an adjustment. So if that's an area for you, that's a place you can make an adjustment. If I had to adjust my bedtime, I had to go to bed early so I can rise early, so that I can do what it is that I need to do. And I can do what I need to do to fulfill purpose. And so you can do that. And what I want you, and this last thing that I'll just say, because I know our moderator is here, I just want you to know that whatever it is that you desire, you have everything inside of you to make it happen. It is not outside of you. There's some resources that are going to come to you, but you have everything that you need to rise up from the rubble of your life. And I want to invite you to do that today. I want to invite you to do that today.
Awesome. Awesome. So empowering, inspiring. Dr. Yvanka.
Yes.
Yvanka. I mean, I was right there with you. I was like, yes. I am a United States Marine Corps veteran. And I just kept thinking of our motto, leave no man behind.
Yes.
And some people say you're going back for somebody else, but I'm turning it around today for the Black Business Network. Leave no man, leave no woman behind. I'm talking about you. Stop leaving yourself on the back burner.
Yes.
And then we have another motto, Semper Fi.
Yes.
And it simply says, always faithful. When we're on jobs and when we're in relationships and things, we're faithful to those other people, but we forget to be faithful to ourselves.
You have to be faithful.
Thank you for giving us that CTA today, because your message was a call to action, calling us to rise, calling us to be restored back to our original state of being great, inspiring us to take that step, make these plans. Don't just sit on our gifts and our talents. Then you're telling us, you know what? You need to stand up. You need to stand up and you need to speak up, and you need to not only empower others, empower yourself.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for first of all, for being transparent, for sharing you with us. Because a lot of times we don't want to put our stuff out there.
Yeah.
To know.
I understand.
You so much for giving us those encouraging words, giving even some tips of what they needed to do, because I was just like that gentleman that you was talking about the layoff. I did 16 years in corporate Hilton worldwide, and they structured it where the number twos, there were no more number twos, and it was right before we got our big payout.
Yes.
And I had always had my business as the side chick.
Yes.
And I was trying to figure out, how am I going to make her the main chick? Because I was on that direct deposit.
Yes.
But when they said your position has been dismayed, you have done nothing wrong,
eliminated
panel from the entire corporation, I felt a woosah.
Because why? You had a plan.
Yes, I had a plan. I was
Mm-hmm.
just waiting for when's the right time? When's the right time? So
Mm-hmm.
thank you so much for encouraging us. Now I am going to put a disclaimer out here
Mm-hmm.
for those executive managers and leaders and supervisors that are working somebody else's business. She is not saying leave your job today.
No, let that finance your dream.
Yes.
It's a finance, financing your dream.
Yes, take the steps. Go ahead and write your vision out so that you can be able to give birth to it and no longer be a slave to that check, that 9 to 5 or whatever your hours are. You can emerge and slowly go into making your side chick your main chick. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. And can I just say, if someone
Yes,
wants to contact me, please go to my website at www.liveshacklefree.com, or you can send me an email at info@liveshacklefree.com. And when you go on my website, sign up for my mailing list, and you can see what I have coming up and what I have, even my presentations that I do, my coaching presentations that I do live to help folks. So I hope to see you there.
Awesome. You know what? While you was talking, I thought about the song Mary, Mary. Take the shackles off my feet so I can dance. It's
Right.
time for us to
Let us take the shackles off.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Thank you again for joining us here at the Black Business Network. My name is Verlisa Waring. I am the CEO of the Rise Her Network. And again, we thank you. So why are all of us here? Why are we bringing so many dynamic speakers to empower us to be our great selves? Because we have a scholarship for our kids and we need your assistance. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship. But I don't want you to get off of here right now. So I need you to pull out your cell phones, and I need you to go to this little app called Cash App. And I need you to type in $BBX USA. Again, that is $Bravo Bravo X-ray Uniform Sierra Alpha, and make that donation to the scholarship fund. It is our goal to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, I need you to go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com so that you can be in the running to get these laptops and this $5,000. Every dollar counts. And we want to remind everyone here, every business owner, every leader, we need your support by donating to the scholarship fund. I would like to take this time out to thank the Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2022. Thank you so much for your contributions and your help. We thank NC100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth, Empowerment, Motivation Support, LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Sweetheart Mitchell Collection, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Creative Force Studios, Work the Things Supplements, Lotus Rich Ignite, Business Group Network, Stocks versus Sneakers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Nicole, Technical Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprises LLC, Genius is Common, Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common. And guess what? I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Design is human. It's about people. It's about life. We've designed everything around us since the beginning of time. The things that we see, the things that we hear, experience, and feel. And in this evolving digital frontier that we are calling the metaverse, there are opportunities to do things that we never thought were even possible. But with innovation comes responsibility, and there will be many challenges that we must face and overcome together. I've often wondered, how do we create balance between humanity, technology, and the environment in a world that is already constructed? It's as though we are designing against the grain. This is something that many of us are trying to figure out at this technological tipping point. I personally have spent countless hours of my life, especially in the last few years, really thinking about this, thinking about how to create amazing, innovative, and artistic, immersive experiences using technology, but while still doing our part in this world to protect our people and to protect the environment. And what I've realized is that collective thinking around design is holding us back. It's become mechanical, a series of conflicting checklists and linear conventions, components of production cycles. We don't always think about design as coming from within, as inherent to our species, the human. So today I will discuss 5 immersive design considerations for the metaverse outside of these technical checklists and processes. These are considerations that are a little more qualitative, sometimes a little harder to wrap our minds around and transfer that knowledge into meaningful action. These are the things that impact our decision making and the world we live in, whether we realize it or not. And when we make this connection more mainstream, I truly believe that we can evolve the world by pioneering what artistic but responsible, immersive design looks and feels like, and what the metaverse should evolve to become and to include. My name is Natasha Rapsat, and I am an experienced designer, strategist, multi-dimensional being, an explorer traveling to see the bones of the world and to learn for the future of humanity. I have medium brown skin and dark hair that is pulled back. I'm wearing a black shirt, red lipstick. Before we get into the considerations, let's discuss immersive design for common understanding. Feel free to leave comments or questions. I will do my best to answer. Thank you for joining me today.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Producers, directors, I met designers, and then everybody says, oh, this is my 6th year and oh, this is my 4th year coming.
Shout out to New York. We're in New York in like 7 hours.
Oh my gosh, yes, we have a 6:58 flight, so.
We gotta go home. We gotta go.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Every single person that's come through the store has spoke so highly of you, and what a great event this is. Yes.
I'm representing DJ Darryl, who is a platinum producer. He did the hit track for Tupac Shakur, Keep Your Head Up, Snoop Dogg, Keisha Cole.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things, and then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Well, welcome back. Are you all excited about everyone that you've heard today? Are you inspired, motivated, and empowered? I am too. Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Verlisa Waring. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States and even all around the globe. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We are in for a very, very special treat at this hour. We have a young lady who helps spread awareness of prevention and transmission of HIV through arts and entertainment. This young lady started out as an outreach coordinator for an HIV clinic where she was bringing in people from communities to get tested. Unfortunately, her dad passed from HIV, but she made that her mission, and it led her to do something so meaningful. She started a nonprofit organization called A Leap of Faith. Please help me welcome Miss Denise Lee Kinsler to the Black Business Network stage. Receive her as she comes.
could build your own city. A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Well, as you all know, life itself is a journey. And within that journey, there are a lot of curves. There are some dead ends. There are some obstacles. And guess what? We have to stop and we have to recalculate and figure out how we're going to do what we're going to do. And that's what just happened here. So we know we just transition and we continue to go. So for those who are just now joining us, I am happy to introduce to some and to present to some others a dynamic young lady who started a nonprofit organization called Leap of Faith because her life had a transition. It was a curve that she may not have been expecting. And that was her father passing away with HIV. Please welcome to the Black Business Network stage, none other than Denise Lee Kinsler. Welcome her to the stage. Well, while we're waiting, come on to the stage, Miss Denise. We're waiting to hear your amazing story and to tell us how we can assist you while you inspire everyone here on the Black Business Network. So while we wait, due to some technical difficulties, let me tell you a little bit about who I am. I am Verlisa Waring, and I am the CEO and founder of the Rise Her Network, which is actually an acronym. It means to restore, inspire, stand with, and empower her, empower him. Empower to do what? To be the greatest version of yourselves. What is it that I do? Well, the Rise Her Network is a multimedia platform that actually gives you, a business owner, a leader, a coach, an author, all content creators, visibility, whether that is through press release, billboards, but most importantly, we give you that opportunity to share your story. Share your story through written books, or better yet, Share your content on internet streaming television. Yes, that's what we do. Have you ever had the desire to share your content to the masses? Is it ever been your desire to reach more people that can come to your business? Has it been your desire to connect with other businesses to highlight their business while growing your business? Well, it doesn't have to be a desire anymore. It doesn't have to be a thought anymore. It doesn't have to be that wish like, wow, I wish I could do that. But the Rise Her Network streams to over 100 million homes in over 126 countries. Yes, we do. And guess what? You don't have to worry about algorithms. You don't have to worry about how many times you have to have a show on. You set the tone for your show. So what are you talking about? How does this benefit me as a business, Verlisa? I said before, it gives you visibility. It gives you the edge over the next that's in your industry. Coaches, business owners, community leaders, ministry leaders, authors, those teenagers, those who are in college that like to create cartoons. You're trying to do short movies, but no one is picking up on your movies yet. The Rise Her Network has a place just for you. Not only do we have a place for you, we will show you and teach you how to host your own show. And not only will we teach you and show you how to host your own show, we will teach you how to monetize your show. So now, not only are you in your local market, you are branching out into other states, other regions, and other countries. Again, the Rise Her Network was created to help make you great. Are you ready to give the ingredients that are in each one of us? What do you mean by that, Verlisa? With each one of us, within each one of us, are ingredients that we picked up along this life journey, right? And within those ingredients, when you put it all together, that is a prescription. That is a medicine. That is a medicine that someone is waiting to receive. And how are they going to receive it? They're going to receive it when you share your content with them. They're going to receive it when you share your story. They're going to receive that healing, that deliverance. They are going to receive the solution to their problem. That's what we do, business owners. We have recognized that there is a problem. And when we saw there was a problem, we tapped in with the solution. So I invite each one of you all to connect with me. Connect with me at www.therisehernetwork.com and reach out to me to say, hey, Verlisa, how can I be a part of the Rise Her Network? I have wanted to do TV, but I never knew how to do it. It is so expensive to get on mainstream TV. But let me give you a hint and let me give you a quick tip. Many people are moving away from what we know as linear TV. And they're going to the comfort of internet streaming television. Why is that? Because you can view shows whenever you want to, wherever you want to. And that is the key. No longer do you have to worry about your content being censored. No longer do you have to worry about the astronomical cost of attempting to be on someone's network and get caught up in the political conversation of what programs can show and which programs cannot. Grow your clients. Have you ever thought that if you had a client and you were to tell them your session is an hour, but you can go over to my show? I'll give you an example. Let's talk about it. I will be on Tuesdays at 3 p.m. But if you miss my show, you can always go back and click on demand videos. would that not cause your clients to then tell other people? Will it not set you apart from other business owners if you are a networker and you are trying to make this deal with another business, or you're in business with another person and you want to invite them to be interviewed on your show? Did that not expand your reach? Did that not even increase your reach? Did that not increase your visibility, which ultimately increases your profitability? There's no need to be afraid to step into the new, but it is time for you to step out of the ordinary and the comfortable way that you're doing business. Why do I say that? Because you're leaving a lot of business on the table. College students that are watching, you all have conversations after conversations, thought after thought. Let's get together and let's host a show. Contact me again at www.therisehernetwork.com, and we could talk about the schematics of how to put the show together. We could talk about the advantages of having the show. We'll even talk about what is needed to have the show. You do not have to be in a big studio to host your own show. You can have a camera, an iPhone, and the other person, whether they're there in the room with you, or you could connect them together like we are connected here virtually. We want you to kick off 2023 with a big bang and boom, not a boom, bang, and boom. The way you end 2022 sets the tone to how you start your new year. And we want you to start your new year risen. We want you to be restored, inspired. Know that we're standing with you and we are here to empower you to be who? To be great. We love the Black Business Network. We love what the Black Business Network is doing for the youth. They're able to supply laptops and money donations to those. Hey, let's join together. It's better when businesses come together, link up together, and we can do great things together. Again, I am Verlisa Waring, the CEO of the Rise Her Network, and I look forward to you all connecting with me. And yes, we have a very special promotion that's going to go on for anyone that contacts me. Only thing you have to do is mention Black Business Network. That's all you have to mention. And guess what? You're going to be very happy with the promotion that you'll get if you sign up before next week. I promise you. Now, for everyone else, you're saying in your mind, what just happened? She introduced someone else. Then she started speaking. We must be ready at all times, in season and out of season. You never know when you have to step up to the plate. So always have something to say when the plate is handed to you. Again, today and all of this week, we have come here for one reason, and that is to support businesses, for business owners and entrepreneurs, Black businesses to be showcased. Our ultimate mission is to provide scholarships for youth all around the country. And our mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. So I need you all to go again to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. I don't want you to get off of here right now. So I need you to pull out your cell phones. And you're going to go to this little thing, this green one that says Cash App. And you're going to type in Cash App, the $ BBXUSA. That is the $ Bravo Bravo X-ray Uniform Sierra Alpha to make a donation to the scholarship fund. Again, it's our goal to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, in order for you to have the opportunity to receive these laptops and even the $5,000, we need you to register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. See, every dollar counts. So if it's $1, if it's $1,000, if it's $1 million, if it's $10, please take out the time to donate to the scholarship fund. We want, again, to take out this time to thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA for November 2022, NC 100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth, Empowerment, Motivation Support, LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Sweetheart Mitchell Collection, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Creative Force Studios, Work the Ring Supplements, Lotus Rich Ignites, Business Group Network, Stocks versus Sneakers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprises LLC, Genius is Common, Black Business Expo USA. Again, my name is Verlisa Waring. It has been my pleasure to be the moderator for this session of Black Business Network. Again, contact me for visibility opportunities at www.therisehernetwork.com. And always remember, genius is common. And guess what? I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com. blackbusinesexpo.usa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.